Kalindiya Muna Jaya Jaya Maha Jaya Hare Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Shri Kalindiya Muna Jaya Jaya Maha Jaya Hare Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Marana Mohan Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Kalindiya Muna Jaya Jaya Maha Keshigata Vansi Bhata Dvara Sakana Yasavalila Koyo Shri Nanda Nanda Shri Nanda Yashoda Jaya Jaya Gopaga Shri Damani Jaya Jaya Dino Vakshaga Jaya Vishabhanu Jaya Kirtida Sundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Avira Nagari Jaya Jaya Gopishvara Vrindavana Jaya Jaya Krishna Saka Vasudhija Jaya Ramagata Jaya Rohini Nanda Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Vasudhija Jaya Jijapatni Jaya Nagakanyaga Bhakti Tejahara Bhairo Govinda Charan Shri Rasamanda Jaya Radha Jaya Jaya Salira Sarva Manoram Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Jaya Maha Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Jaya Maha Jaya Krishna Jaya Radhe Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Narayana Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Jaya Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Jaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Shri Radhe Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Tira Prabhupada Gaura Premanande Haribo. One might ask, what is this meaning? All glories to Radha Krishna and the divine forest of Vrindavana. All glories to the three presiding deities of Vrindavana, Sri Govinda, Gopinatha, and Madhava Mohan. Jai Shri Krishna Gopinath. All glories to Shyama Kunda, Radha Kunda, Govardhana Hill, and the Yamuna River, Kalindi. All glories to the great forest known as Mahavana, where Krishna and Balarama displayed all their childhood pastimes. All glories to Keshi Ghata, where Krishna killed the Keshi demon. All glories to the Vamsivata tree, where Krishna attracted all the gopis to come by playing the flute. Glories to all the 12 forests of Raja. At these places, the son of Nanda, Sri Krishna performed all of his pastimes. All glories to Krishna's divine father and mother, Nanda Maharaja and Yashoda Mata. All glories to the cowherd boys, headed by Sri Dhamma, the elder brother of Srimati Radharani and Ananga Manjari. All glories to the cows and calves of Raja. mother, Vrishabhanu, and the beautiful Kitidha. All glories to Paramamasi, the mother of Sandipani Muni, grandmother of Madhu Mangala and Nandi Mukhi, and beloved disciple of Devarishi Narada. All glories to the young cowherd maidens of Raja. All glories to Kupishwara, Shiva, who resides in Vrindavana in order to protect the holy dance. All glories to Krishna's funny Brahmana friend, Madhu Mangala. All glories to Ramaghatta, where Lord Balarama performed his Rasa dance. All glories to Lord Balarama, the son of Rohini. All glories to all the residents of Vrindavana. All glories to the wives of the proud Vedic Brahmanas. All glories to the wives of the Kaliya serpent. Through pure devotion they all obtained the lotus feet of Lord Govinda. All glories to the place where the Rasa dance of Sri Krishna was performed. All glories to Radha and Shyam. All glories to the divine Rasa dance, which is the most beautiful of Lord Krishna's pastimes. All glories to the medal of conjugal love, which is the most excellent of all rasas, and propagated in the Raja by Sri Krishna in the form of this divine Parakiya Bhava, Paramula. Remembering the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda's consort, Sri Janavi Devi, this very fallen lowly servant of Krishna, sings the Sankirtana of the holy dance. Shri Shri Radha Krishna ki Jai. Shri Vrajadhama Mahimamrita ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Narayana. All glories. All glories. All glories to such patient listeners.
We hadden eigenlijk 2 grote kamers, 2 kamers en de ene hele grote kamer gemaakt. En hier een enorme steunbal geschoven. De later is ook gemaakt van Italiaanse architecten of uitgetekend die rood gewoond hebben ook. En dat is een Italiaans marmer. Dat weegt 20 ton. En dat altaar van onze stichter weegt ook 4 à 5 ton. En hieronder is de keuken. En daar moeten we zo'n pilaar plaatsen om te stutten. Want die kon dat niet houden natuurlijk. 'S Morgens om 4:30, jullie zijn welkom in worden vroeg, dat is geen probleem. 'S Morgens om 4:30 kom je te samen. Want het is hier vrolijk, is echt heel nog op de muur toegestaan. Kom om te zingen en te dansen. Maar iedere dag is anders. Ze hebben toch meer dan 200 van die kostuums. 'S Morgens en 's avonds andere kledij. Ook die koers veranderen na de dag en die bloemenslingers, die worden na de dag gemaakt van verse bloemen. Heel veel werk aan en de priesters hebben het altijd dat ze ook vrouwen. Dus man en vrouw zijn gelijkwaardig. Binnen Hare Krsna, geboren ongeveer 5000 jaar geleden in Noord-Indië. En naast Krishna staat Hare. Hare Krsna. Hare. Vrouwelijk, dat is de liefdesenergie van God. En pure liefdesvrouwelijk. God is mannelijk, maar samen vormen ze één geheel. Rechts, die originele beeldgedachten staan nog altijd in Zuid-Indië. Ook al meer dan 5000 jaar. Reuzenbeeldgedachten. En die met zijn zwart gezicht is ook Krishna met zijn broer en in het midden de zus. En dan links, terug Krishna met zijn broer. Maar dat was de laatste avatar die gekomen is, geboren in 1486 in Bengalen. En dan heeft hij een hals en die doorkruiste voet, al zingen en al dansen. En ons die mantra wel hebben gezet, die we toch dagelijks samen zingen en ook persoonlijk reciteren. Dus we moesten vanavond terug weer zitten, heel mooie jonge mensen, en, om te zingen. Tot 8:15 zoiets. En dan is het, dan sluit de tempel. En dan is het eigenlijk voor iedereen slapenstijl. Want het is morgens vroeg op natuurlijk. Ik persoonlijk ga voor 8 uur gaan slapen. Anders kan het niet eens morgens. En die mantra reciteren we ook persoonlijk, elke dag. Meditatiesnoer, paternoster, een rozenkrans, zoals de wilt. Hier staan er 108 kralen op. 108, een heilig getal, en op ieder kraal gaan we die mantra gaan reciteren. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 108 keer. En voor de mensen die hun beloftes afgelegd hebben, wij hebben beloofd om 16 van die rondjes te reciteren op de dag. Voor mij 2,5 uur. Maar het verweet niet, maar veranderd te worden. Niet met de zaal van 21 jaar, maar heel wat een persoonlijkheid geworden. Niet met de zaal. De eerste keer dat ik hier binnenkwam, was het nog met een motto. Het was net een modaal geworden. Want die motto is lang weg, maar ik heb iets anders gekregen dat veel meer plezier heeft in mijn leven. Ik heb die zaal allemaal met worden. Beetje per beetje van, niet van vandaag op morgen. Dat heeft tijd nodig. Dat materiële dat valt gewoon weg. En je krijgt iets anders dat veel meer plezier heeft in je leven. Op een ander niveau. Maar veel meer plezier. En het is ook stabieler. Dat is de kracht van die mantra. Dus morgens zijn ze wel nog in hun nachtkledij als moeten komen. Om 4:45 van die gordijn terug dicht en dan hebben de priesters exact 2 uur om alles te lezen. 5 priesters op het altaar. Meestal vrouwen 's morgens, die hebben een beetje meer feeling, dan moet je altijd doen toch. En tot 9 uur spiritualiteiten, en dan krijgen we goed daaronder. Ja, en s'avonds nog een keer. We koken ook 6 maal per dag, 6 maal per dag voor Krishna. Een lekkere maaltijd. En dan is de rest voor ons natuurlijk. Dus pas morgens om 3:15 krijgt je al zijn eerste maaltijd. Naast van onze koeien, dat er zoetigheid niet gemaakt is. Alles goed in zoetigheid. Dus van 's morgens tot 's avonds. Ja. Dus morgen vroeg bijvoorbeeld staat bij de keuken gelegen om te koken voor Krishna voor zijn ontbijt. Maar het is meer dan een boterham, het is een uitgebreide ontbijt. Ja. helemaal niks is onze stichter, maar die had ook een geestelijke leraar. Die heeft niks uitgevonden. En zijn geestelijke leraar, die had ook een geestelijke leraar. En zo gaan we Hans de weg terug, totdat we terechtkomen bij Krishna zelf. En mijn geestelijke leraar was dan een leerling van onze stichter. En zo had ik kennis altijd nog gehad. Moeder de koe, staat ook op het altaar. Waarom is dat onze moeder? Die heeft maak om onze kinderen groot te brengen. En de zoogster wordt ook al zien als zij de moeder in die wetenschap. Als er iets is, dan roepen jullie maar eens. Ze niet gaan jullie nog vertellen even dat jullie altijd zo stil zijn. Dat geloof ik niet. Als de Heer goed kijkt, dan ziet er ook wisselplaatjes gaan. Die sneeuw die gaat een beetje omhoog. En als dat gordijn daar weg is, is dat ook open achteraan. Dus je kunt er van alle kanten rond. En die PD sluit natuurlijk naar van die velcro zit. Anders kun je dan niet aan.
Alle dagen.
Morgen is zelfs, elke dag.
We zijn bijna aan het voetwerk bezig.
Wat zit nog ongeveer iets van de 55 uur per dag in het altaar. Maar de komen erbij al, dus voor die hele diensten gedaan en zo verder. Ja. Onze drums. Die zijn nog gebakken in klei. Een hele procedé. En dat is leer. Leer en vegetarisch. Maar dat is gelaatloos leer. Dat vindt eigenlijk nergens in Europa. Dat wordt gemaakt waar dat Krishna geboren is en iedereen is dan altijd vegetarisch. En als die regen. Als ze daar een koe stelt op een natuurlijke manier, dan moet het vader zijn. En de rest wordt verbrand aan de oever van de Ganges. Die onze leer die moeten naar vuil bereid natuurlijk als we zijn. Die worden opgehaald als wij laten vastgemaakt. Maar ze worden ook verbrand dus. Dat is om de maat aan te geven. Is de gewoonte dan met samen zingen. Dat is de tekst, dus je moet geen schrik hebben. De tekst staat daar en ik kan niet zingen. Dus jullie hebben geen excuus om die mee te doen. Dan ik heb hoor doen en dan kunnen we dat samen doen. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Camera's, voor de mensen die buiten wonen, kunnen alles meevolgen op internet rechtstreeks.
TikTok.
We hebben een speciaal kanaal op YouTube. Ja, alles moet gebruiken. Hè. Alles moet uitbreiden. TV hebben mensen het thuis dan al jaren niet meer. Maar mijn geestelijke wereld er is ook constant rond de wereld. En als ik hem wil bereiken, dan kijk ik dat niet. En dan heb ik ook goed. Maar niet al wat vriendjes te kijken.
Ja.
Maar ook volwassen raken, dat accepteren dan dus ook heel persoonlijk behandelen. En dat is terug die tekst in het Sanskriet. Dat was van de lezing van deze morgen. Dus iedere dag is er ook een lezing in die oude boeken. En die wordt dan voorgezongen en dan vertaald in het Engels. Dat was de enige gemeenschappelijke taal. De internationaliteit ongeveer, dus Tibruhanam Viduram Vinitam Sahasra Shirshnash Charanopadanam Prarista Roma Bhagavat Katyayam Praniyamanumir Abhachasta. Ja, maar niet om te vertalen. Dus de vertaling die is te veel. Ik kan natuurlijk na een tijd wat woorden, wat losse woorden en zo, maar ik ga gewoon veel te moeilijk. Dan ook nog een museumtje van schilderkunst, dat kan ik nog een keer komen, dat is boven de bakkerij. En daar kunnen we misschien nog een voetje aan doen bij de bakker ook om af te sluiten. Dat is nog wel het beste van de rondleiding. Dus ik kwam al bladgoten in de tafel. En die lusters, die worden toch 2 keer per jaar gekruist. Maar dat is meer dan een dag wacht voor zo'n luster te kruisen. Welke per welke. Ja. Ja, die school is ook prachtig. Dat is nog van die boeken die we eerst bestuderen. Ja, er was hier iemand die nog gewoond heeft en die in zijn eigen bedrijf heeft in Gent. En die heeft over 2 jaar die ramen gemaakt voor ons. Dubbel glas, het zijn de eerste ramen met dubbel glas in het kasteel. En eigenlijk ook zo'n speciale machine om dat te graveren. Dat is mooi gedaan, hè? Ja. En daar komt een nieuwe eetzaal, hè. Ze zijn er juist aan bezig. Dus een eetzaal toch voor 300 mensen. En als we festiviteiten hebben, is het altijd plaatstekort. En die schilderijen zijn eigenlijk standaard. Dat zijn liederen die gezongen worden. Als we als morgens vroeg wordt dat gezongen. En daar ook erachter. Het zijn allemaal liederen die verstopt zijn. Ja, als we gerestaureerd, dat is niet simpel zijn. het is een klooster hier, dus dat past nog. Ja, dat was in vroeger een restaurant nog. Hier hebben dat dingen op dat gekocht van, maar een privépersoon kan dat gewoon en dan gewoon en dat kan gewoon en dat is zoveel warm dat er is en aan een restaurant. Dat is ook niet gedaan natuurlijk. En daar stond hij helemaal over te vervallen eigenlijk, al een jaar of 5, 6. En het centrum was dan in Amsterdam, dat was gewoon. En ze waren op zoek naar iets anders. En dat kwam zich hieruit. En voor een hele goede prijs aan de aankopen. Onder dat ogenblik, in 1979, periode 800. En zo dat weer geld aan al die groenten. Maar in die periode, er woonde dat niemand in. En zo had dat heel goed kunnen aankopen. Maar terug de restauratie. Je kunt dan de schoenen terughalen. Hè.
avatar das. Now, he always designs with the neoclassical look, and you have incrustation, different types of Carrara marble. Pink marble is probably his favorite. He really likes that. He used the same design when he was designing Prabhupada Samadhi in Mayapur. And here you have incrustations of sacred symbols of Vishnu, conch, chakra, Gada, and the lotus. Those are both symbols of Vishnu there, right in the marble incrustated. The details are very beautiful, from Astadam glass, white marble, and sacred wood. So, now, of course, you will ask, what's going on here? Yeah, it's natural. It's like you feel intimidated a little bit when you come to such a presence. It is difficult to digest sometimes. The truth is that in India there are so many different forms of God. Quite a few. And Krishna himself has many forms. Vishnu is his form. Paramatma in the heart is also his form. Quite a few forms. But what you see in front of you, that's the Arjamuti of the original form of God. And there is a difference between all other forms, all other religions, and this. Is here God just enjoys. He doesn't have to do any work. He is completely free from this entanglement of dealing with things. Now, he's not here even listening to your prayers to get a new bike or a new car. He's completely differently aloof from this material kind of entanglement that we all have. So it's a highest form of divinity. And the best mantra you have here written is actually a secret mantra, a sacred and secret mantra, Upanishadic mantra, which was not revealed, and sometimes it was even written in other order of words. But this is the Hare Krishna mantra that became so popular in the world. And that's 16 words, 32 syllables. You know this, but you may not know, so we'll just say it together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And to give you a secret, one time is enough. You don't have to do it 16 rounds, 2 hours a day. It's just because we are not sure that it will be enough. We go for so long, but one is enough, which is perfectly sufficient to give you all perfection. It's a very, very powerful mantra, and not secret mantra. There are some other secret mantras, but this one is not secret.
So jak wpływa na nas The question is how the mantra is for us affecting us.
Okay, that's very simple. If you chant this mantra or repeat this mantra, you don't take birth again. So you don't have to take birth again when you go back to the spiritual world. That's how it affects you. It clears you, and it's described in the Upanishads. It describes that this mantra, if chanted a certain number of times, it's 100,000 times, it completely clears your karma. So if you do business or if you have relationships and it falls apart at some point, then you notice that next time you do it, it happens again. It does exactly the same thing. It's just a karma. You have to work out the karma. But if you chant this mantra, you actually get rid of all the prarabdha karma and all the storage karma in your so to speak, the storage room of your karma for the next life. Completely clears it. So that's really quite a powerful effect. There's a second effect of it, and the second effect is it also gives you a state of bliss, the highest form of state of bliss, bigger than impersonal realization of God, bigger than just personal realization, but it comes to the point of Krishna Prema. So that's the state where you actually fully dependent and fully in love with God, which is a rare thing. It's the main reason for this mantra, and then liberation is a side effect, you can say. Now, we better go and look at the beautiful dancing fellow, because we're already 3 minutes late. And he'll get upset if he'll not see how he's. You want to make a business?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we'll do it. don't have to do it, but it
I
this way.
used to do it.
Okay. Now that looks very Muslim, isn't it? But it's not. It's a very traditional way of paying obeisances with your mind, with your heart, with your body. And that's the idea, that you surrender your mind, your heart, and your body to God. Let's go. And you can, if you like, just make this does come out.
simple, pour une mélodie très simple. C'est un très bon musicien. Et ça, c'est le niveau. C'est une mélodie très très simple, mais une mélodie beaucoup plus sophistiquée. Et on a beaucoup de chants différents aussi. On ne chante pas seulement cette pierre-là, bien sûr c'est la plus importante, mais on chante beaucoup d'autres chants en sanskrit et en bengali, on a des livres de chants. Et ça dure une demi-heure. Après la cérémonie sous l'autel, les rideaux vont se refermer. Et à ce moment-là, il y a deux choses très importantes qui se passent tous les jours dans la salle de temps. Derrière les rideaux, il y aura 4 ou 5 prêtres, hommes ou femmes, c'est que les hommes, mais dans le reste du monde, ça peut être des hommes ou des femmes, qui vont monter sur l'autel et qui vont s'occuper de changer toutes les décorations, les vêtements, les guirlandes, les bijoux, les fleurs, tout ce que vous voyez, ça change tous les matins. Donc Krishna, c'est lui qui est en train de jouer la flûte, qui est la plus grosse du monde. Et à côté de Krishna, c'est tout Radha, la compagne de Krishna, qui représente en fait l'énergie spirituelle, l'énergie d'amour. Et derrière, il y a deux assistants, Lalita et Vishaka, qui aident Radha à mieux servir Krishna. Donc ça c'est l'autel principal au milieu, mais aussi un autel à droite avec une autre manifestation du Dieu, de Krishna, qui s'appelle Jagannath, avec sa sœur Subhadra et son frère Baladev. Très souvent, les gens se posent la question pourquoi des formes aussi étranges. En fait, c'est des formes qui sont inachevées. Et pourquoi il a voulu se manifester dans des formes incomplètes comme ça? C'est une très belle histoire, on peut très long de raconter aujourd'hui aussi. Mais les formes de Jagannath sont très grandes, en bois, et ils sont adorés dans un temple de la côte est de l'Inde, dans une ville qui s'appelle justement Jagannath, une ville très connue. Et une fois par an, les divinités sortent en procession, chaque divinité dans un char, dans un très grand char, et des millions de pèlerins viennent de tout d'un pour trouver le char à travers la ville. Donc, notre fondateur, il a instauré ce nouveau festival dans tous les grandes villes du monde. Il a commencé, la première qu'il a fait, c'était à San Francisco en 1968. Et maintenant, c'est devenu une fête locale, San Francisco. Et après, il a fait partout aux États-Unis, au Canada, en Europe, et maintenant, il est dans tous les grandes villes du monde. Ici, le plus proche, c'est Paris, Amsterdam, Anvers, La Haye, Cologne, Londres, c'est très grand, Londres, c'est tout. Et donc, ça, c'est un festival très important. Et du côté gauche, il y a une autre manifestation de Krishna qui s'appelle Chaitanya, à droite, et son frère Nityananda à gauche. C'est-à-dire que Krishna était présent sur Terre il y a 5000 ans. Donc c'est la manifestation de Vishnu avant Bouddha, donc 2500 ans avant Bouddha. Mais il est apparu beaucoup plus récemment dans l'histoire, il y a seulement 500 ans. Il n'est pas venu en tant que Dieu lui-même, il est venu un peu déguisé, en tant qu'un héros de Dieu, pour nous montrer comment on peut servir et adorer Dieu. Et c'est lui en fait qui a fondé la tradition spirituelle que nous suivons. Tout à l'heure, il y a quelqu'un qui m'a posé la question sur notre fondateur et combien en Inde, et j'ai dit qu'il est plus connu en Inde comme le fondateur que le fondateur de la tradition qui est Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Et parce que notre mouvement est très populaire en Inde et dans partout, dans tous les grandes villes, tout le monde connaît le fondateur de l'association. Donc tous les vêtements que vous voyez, c'est des vêtements qu'on fait nous-mêmes. Nous offrons 5-6 fois par an de nouveaux habits pour des fêtes religieuses. Et tous les guirlandes que vous voyez, c'est des guirlandes qui sont faites par nous-mêmes, avec des fleurs de notre propre jardin pendant l'été, ou des fleurs qu'on achète au marché pendant l'hiver. Et les bijoux que vous voyez, qu'est-ce que vous pensez? Est-ce que vous pensez que c'est des vrais bijoux ou des faux bijoux? Ce ne sont pas les vrais bijoux, pour 3 raisons principalement. D'abord parce que les fondateurs de notre mouvement nous ont conseillé de ne pas utiliser les vrais bijoux, pour ne pas tirer des vols, tout ça. Deuxièmement, c'est parce que notre tradition ici en Europe, elle existe seulement depuis 50 ans. Donc, nous n'attendons pas les milliardaires belges qui vont venir dans un temple de Krishna pour offrir 1 million d'euros ou des colliers en verre. Monsieur Cook, il passe souvent par ici parce qu'il va dire oui, mais il ne vient jamais ici pour offrir des donations à Krishna. Mais si vous allez en Inde, ces traditions spirituelles existent depuis des milliers d'années. Il y a eu beaucoup de rois, de princes, pensez qu'ils font les personnes qui sont levées très tôt le matin pour la première cérémonie? Hein? Voilà, c'est une très bonne heure pour la méditation, pour faire ce qu'on est en train de faire. On a tous un petit sac comme ça, et à l'intérieur du sac, il y a un chapelet. Il y a un chapelet qui a 5 perles. Et sur chaque perle du chapelet, on récite la prière qui est écrite derrière moi. Je peux vous faire une petite démonstration. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Donc on récite 3 noms. Le nom de Krishna, Rama et Hare. Donc Krishna, c'est un nom de Dieu en sanskrit qui veut dire l'infiniment fascinant. Dieu est le plus fascinant de tous les êtres. Et Rama, c'est un autre nom de Dieu qui veut dire la source de toute joie, de toute félicité. Et ça, c'est le nom de Dieu que Mahatma Gandhi a crié plutôt au moment de sa mort, quand il a été assassiné, il a crié 3 fois Oh Ram. Et Hare, c'est l'énergie spirituelle de Dieu qui est représentée sur l'autel par la compagne de Krishna qui s'appelle. Vous ne pouvez pas oublier parce que vous êtes dans la communauté qui porte son nom. Comment s'appelle la communauté? Radhadesh. Radha. Radha, c'est la compagne de Krishna. Et Desh, ça veut dire la terre de l'endroit de. C'est un peu comme le Bangladesh, ça veut dire la terre de Bengale. L'endroit des Indiens. Donc Radhadesh, c'est la terre de Radha. Donc en fait, ici, la communauté est dirigée par Radha. C'est la bosse de la communauté. Une communauté très féministe. Donc ça prend 2 heures à changer les habits, on fait la méditation. On pourrait traduire cette prière, si on veut, par « Oh Seigneur, s'il te plaît, engage-moi dans ton service, que moi je puisse faire quelque chose pour toi. » À l'époque actuelle, on a tendance à ne plus prier parce qu'on a tout ce qu'il faut, on ne prie plus pour nous. Et si on prie, on a tendance à demander des choses. « Oh Seigneur, aide-moi, la voiture, les enfants, la maison, la paix, la santé. » On fait toute une liste de choses comme ça. Mais l'idéal, c'est simplement de prier Dieu pour le glorifier, pour lui demander le service. Il va s'occuper de nous de toute manière. On n'a pas besoin de lui demander tous les jours, les peines de tous les jours, il va s'occuper de nous. Donc, après à 7 heures du matin, les veillons vont s'ouvrir encore une fois, et à ce moment-là, on chante tous ensemble, il y a un peu plus de monde qui est là. Et à 7h45, tous les jours, il y a quelqu'un qui est choisi. Et on met ce siège-là au milieu de la salle, ici. Il y a quelqu'un qui est choisi pour faire un exposé. On lit un verset de notre texte sacré qu'on écrit ici. Pour l'instant, il n'y a pas de verset pour demain, parce que demain, il y a... En semaine, on lit un verset du Srimad Bhagavatam, et les dimanches, on lit un verset de la vie de Chaitanya, c'est le fondateur de notre tradition spirituelle. Donc chaque jour, quelqu'un différent. Lui fait un exposé, on lui pose des questions, et à 9h15 du matin, la salle de temple, le courant spirituel est fini. Une autre chose qu'on fait tous les jours, c'est une petite cérémonie de 10 minutes, 15 minutes, où on glorifie notre fondateur, qui est ici, dans tout notre monde à travers le monde, il y a un endroit réservé pour lui, et on chante une prière qui glorifie les qualités dans le spirituel. Voilà, et on lui offre des fleurs, ça dure 15 minutes plus ou moins. Mais ceci pour nous rappeler que pour nous, il y a une différence entre Krishna, qui est pour nous Dieu, et notre fondateur qui est ici, qui est pour nous un grand dévot de Dieu, un pur dévot de Dieu. On a parlé tout à l'heure de chakra et chakra. Mais donc, il n'est pas Dieu. C'est pour que la future génération ne puisse pas dire que notre fondateur est Dieu, parce que notre fondateur n'est pas Dieu. C'est un dévot de Dieu, un pur dévot de Dieu. Donc, dans la journée, il y a 6 cérémonies en tout, 3 courtes et 3 longues. La prochaine cérémonie, c'est à 7h du soir. Il y aura peut-être des personnes qui vont venir chanter, et on fait une cérémonie sur l'autel. Et à 7h30, le débat sera fait. On va changer les habits pour des habits de minuit. Ce sera des habits plus simples, sans couronne, sans guirlande, etc. Et donc, à 9h15 du soir, il y a la dernière cérémonie de la journée, et à 9h05, 9h10, la salle de temple et le temple. Donc ça, c'est une journée typique, mais aussi des journées extraordinaires, comme le mariage, les initiations, les fêtes religieuses. Le week-end dernier, c'était la fête de Krishna. Il y a eu 4000 personnes qui sont venues pour célébrer la naissance de Krishna, l'apparition de Krishna, qui est un des jours fériés les plus importants de l'hindouisme. Ça s'appelle Janmashtami, la naissance de Krishna. Donc, je ne sais pas si vous avez des questions sur le temps que le courant peut faire. Les pieds nus. En Inde, on enlève les souliers par propreté, par respect. En général, dans tous les endroits qui sont propres de la maison, ou partout, on enlève les souliers. Les souliers, c'est simplement pour l'extérieur, pour les endroits sales. Donc, l'endroit où on dort, l'endroit où on mange, enfin, la plupart de la maison, les maisons, et les temples. général, c'est à l'extérieur. Donc, quand on va arriver dans les temples, on annonce qu'on est arrivé. C'est un peu comme si vous allez rentrer dans les bureaux ou la chambre du roi ou la Premier ministre, vous allez le voir. Je peux rentrer. Donc, normalement, on s'annonce. D'autres questions? Ça, c'est la chose qui est la plus différente dans notre religion des traditions monothéistes occidentales, parce que les chants du nom de Dieu, les textes sacrés dévotionnels, plein de choses qu'on fait, c'est très similaire aux religions chrétiennes, etc. Mais l'adoration dans le temple, c'est différent. Et ça, c'est l'aspect qui est le plus difficile pour les gens de comprendre. Et l'adoration des divinités, ce qu'on appelle les murtis, c'est pas une adoration capricieuse, c'est des formes qui sont faites d'une certaine manière et qui sont installées avec une cérémonie très spéciale où on fait appel à Dieu de venir de résider dans cette forme-là pour recevoir les prières d'adoration de ses fidèles. Donc Dieu il est présent, c'est comme une ambassade du monde spirituel. Dieu il est là pour que l'on puisse se connecter avec lui de manière très facile. C'est pas seulement pas trop d'efforts et donner sa dévotion à Krishna qui va devant nos yeux. Et pour les gens qui sont très avancés spirituellement, il y a eu des cas où les divinités font des miracles, font des choses extraordinaires pour réciproquer avec des dévots très 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 avancés, parce qu'en fait, les murtis, c'est pas des idoles, c'est Dieu qui est présent, et en général, il ne se manifeste pas parce que notre dévotion n'est pas assez forte. Mais s'il y a des grands dévots qui sont très avancés spirituellement, Krishna peut réciproquer de fois de manière apparemment miraculeuse aujourd'hui, pour faire des choses qui vont au-delà de l'énergie matérielle. Il y a d'autres questions? Et en Inde, c'est très courant, il y a des temples partout, les gens vont dans les temples pour offrir des offrandes, tout le monde est riche, les pauvres, tout le monde va dans un temple, les pauvres vont un roupie, les riches vont 5 000 roupies, etc. Donc chacun fait une offrande à Krishna.
Alors, à l'île Maurice, par exemple, c'est assez frappant quand on y va voir une offrande. Les hindous, de religion hindoue, laquelle, mais ils collectionnent même les saints chrétiens, donc des statues de Saint François, de Saint Mathura. Et on me dit des personnes, j'ai vu des personnes hindoues, quand ça arrive, elles à la messe. Et je dis, tiens, comment ça se fait à la messe quand même? Ah oui, ils vont.
Les hindous, c'est très intelligent.
C'est très grand, hein, c'est très vaste.
C'est pour ça que toutes les religions qui se sont implantées en Inde ont été très bien accueillies. Les Baha'is qui étaient chassés, les Baha'is, ils sont venus en Inde, c'est là qu'il y a plus de Baha'is dans le monde entier, en Inde. Les Zoroastres aussi, les Juifs qui sont là depuis plus de 2000 ans, ils ont été très bien accueillis. Les chrétiens qui étaient là à Saint Thomas, c'est ça? Qui étaient à la côte est. Donc toutes les religions qui sont implantées en Inde, ils n'ont pas eu de problème. Bien sûr, l'islam l'a fait de manière forceful, une invasion. Ils se sont imposés de manière
Is this so I can move around? Thank you. And then hold this one. Does that work? It doesn't seem like it does. This is the one that goes. Oh, I might need to use it when I do the board. Shall I switch it off for now? Devotees sitting outside, you can come in.
Yeah, we need to translate. I need to translate it, so I don't.
Oh, you need to translate? Okay, no problem. No problem. So thank you. I'm looking forward to spending the next 6 days doing these seminars. And so the first 3 days, today, tomorrow, and Tuesday, we're going to be doing a series on overcoming psychological distress in devotional service. Today, I want to focus on just setting both a philosophical foundation for psychological distress, according to our Siddhanta, according to the Bhakti tradition, and also what one would consider a more secular, medical, psychological understanding. Because we want to understand things internally and externally, it helps us to create balance. If we only do one, we end up bypassing the other. And we end up doing what we accuse people who aren't spiritual of doing, which is neglecting a big part of themselves. As long as we're in these bodies and have these minds, we reside in them, and so does Krishna. So in one sense, we are walking, we are living in a temple, and we should take care of our temple. I want to start, to invoke some auspiciousness, and also to have something to be rooted in a verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 5, Chapter 6, Verse 5. Kamo manyur madholobha, shoka moha bhayadayaha, karma bandhascha yanmulaha, svikuryat konu tat buddhaha. The mind is the root cause of lust, anger, pride, greed, lamentation, illusion, and fear. Combined, these constitute bondage to fruitive activity. What learned man would put faith in the mind? And yet we all do, every single day, whether we're devotees or not, because we carry our minds with us everywhere we go. Our mind is our window to everywhere. It's our window to other people, it's our window into our situation, it's our window also into ourselves, and can become a window to the soul. So it's inevitable then, if the mind is the root cause of all of these things, which all of us, without exception, have experienced at some point, and all of us at some point have been distressed by all of these things. Who here has never felt lust? We've all felt anger. We've all felt pride in something or someone. We've also experienced guilt. We've most certainly lamented. We've been under illusion. We are under illusion, but we even pay people to put us under illusion, right? We like magic tricks. We're wowed by being put into illusion. And we've certainly felt fear. So what we want to do in today's session is unpack this, try and understand, the things that have caused us distress are also similar things that have brought us to Krishna, right? 4 main reasons Krishna says people turn to him is for relief of distress, to acquire wealth, come out of curiosity, or they come to him out of knowledge. And often what can happen in our spiritual life is, or spiritual journey is, in seeking relief from distress, the initial stages of bhakti reward us with relief from that distress quite immediately. Either the distress is taken away, it's lessened, or our perspective changes. Because our perspective changes, that also gives us relief from distress, right? But then what happens is we find ourselves having to deal with the same things again, whatever the distress was. And more often than not, even if the situation changes, we're often still carrying impressions from those situations, whether they are from the past in this life or they're from some other lifetime. And we may wonder, why do I act in particular ways when I can't seem to trace back the root cause, even to this lifetime? So what I want to do, first of all, you're probably wondering what this blob is drawn up there. It will make sense. So I want to start with actually, so that it helps us to understand the context of our spiritual journey, our bhakti journey, the stages of devotional service, from Shraddha, the beginning, to our 9th stage, the stage that we are aiming to get to, is Prem. And a nice model to explain it is this mountain. Well, it's actually a mountain halfway, and then it turns into a helter-skelter. Do you have the term helter-skelter here? Do you know what helter-skelter is?
No.
You don't know? I'll explain it when we get to it. It's not as exciting as I'm making it sound, but at least I'll keep you in suspense. So you can all see, this is what, if I turn it this way, will you be able to still see? Okay. So Bhakti can be, especially for certain stages, feels like a mountain to climb. Until we get fixed in our faith and our practice, just fixing our faith and practice can feel like an uphill struggle, can't it? But in the beginning, all of us come, we develop some shraddha, some faith, right? We have to have faith in order to be able to actually pursue the journey. Either that faith is given to us by somebody else, they've convinced us. Sometimes that faith has come from within. Many of you may be sitting here feeling like, you've always had an interest in wanting to find out who you are, find out who God is. We've all had different journeys to this seed of faith, okay? Then the next natural step is when we have faith in the process of, okay, I really do believe that serving Krishna, pursuing a path where I can have a strong relationship with Krishna, an unconditional relationship with Krishna, is a purpose that fulfills all other purposes. It's going to actually ultimately satisfy me. We then start to regularly associate with devotees. Okay, this is sadhu sangha. We'll explore this more when we go on to the next series of seminars, which is deepening our relationships and overcoming Vaishnava aparadh. But what's the difference between association and simply keeping the company of a person? What might be the difference between association and company? Because we have to mix with so many people, but are we associating really with everybody we keep the company of?
There is an exchange, you ask questions, like it's the beginning of the 6 exchanges is there, mostly beginning with inquire confidentially and
okay.
confidentially.
So there's a reciprocal exchange, but what's unique about the reciprocal exchange when it's association rather than company? I mean, sometimes you might be on a bus and you just start sitting and talking to the person next to you.
Intention and consciousness.
What, can you say more about that? What do you mean with intention and consciousness?
With company, for example, you may have to associate with people where it's not with your choice, i.e. in formal settings or formal manners. So your consciousness isn't directly intended towards that particular individual, but it's because of circumstances you're put in where you have to associate with them. You have to be in their company. But whereas with association, there's a conscious intention. I want to spend time with this person. So by making that intention, I'm going to put my focus on them, my awareness on them, which is applying that consciousness.
Okay, so it's more intentional, but what else? What's unique about our receptivity when we choose to associate with someone? What's different about our mindset?
Exchange realization.
We exchange, but what's different about the exchange? There's something very unique about association.
Maybe that you're more open.
So you're open because?
Because you also have
When do we open up to people? When we trust, exactly. Trust is so important to distinguish company from association, right? And it's very rare that we blanketly have trust in one person on everything, right? You may trust your parents to feed and clothe you and to look after your physical needs, right? But you may not trust them with spiritual guidance. You may trust the plumber with fixing your pipes, but you may not trust them in terms of cleanliness, right? So association, sadhu sangha, is when we trustfully associate, take the company of exchange realizations, exchange conversation, revealing the mind in confidence, even of things that are supportive to our spiritual life, or maybe challenging our spiritual life, with this mood of trust. Because when we trust, we do one very unique thing with trust, is we accept opinion as fact. Right? When we don't trust someone, we need a lot of convincing around opinion, don't we? Even if they're an expert in their field, we need some backup. The minute we trust someone, we don't go on Google and check everything that they say to us, right? So sadhu sangha is an important step. And up to this point, it's still Jai Nectar Bliss, Krishna consciousness is great. Up to this point, we've met these wonderful devotees, they're different to everybody else. they have a different mindset, they have a new philosophy, they have different goals. You finally feel like, wow, I fit in. You know, these are the people I want to live with, these are the people I want to associate with, these are the people who I want to leave with as well. Live with and leave with. And so we then take up our bhajan kriya, which is regulated practice under the guidance of a teacher. Okay, I won't put the English. And this is unsteady and steady. Now, it's easy to say, oh, this is about unsteady and steadiness of practice. But what comes before practice? Endeavor. Yes? So actually, it's because the endeavor is unsteady, so then the practice is unsteady. Does that make sense? A steady endeavor leads to steady results. Right? So, bhajan kriya goes from unsteady endeavor to steady endeavor, unsteady practice to steady practice. And it's in this, the unsteady to steadiness. If I asked every single person in this room, what are the things that influence you, that help you to be steady, and those things that make you go off into unsteadiness, you will all give different answers. Okay? Because there are a bunch of unwanted things, anarthas. Artha is something we want, anartha is unwanted. And then there's a process. Our process of spiritual practice takes us through anartha nivritti, removal of unwanted things. Because those unwanted things, they're unwanted because they get in the way of us being steady. We're thinking, why can't I maintain my enthusiasm? Why can't I maintain my concentration? Why can't I plan my time properly? Why are my relationships difficult? We have the highest philosophy, we have the best prasad, we have the nicest people, you know. We have a founder acharya who's awesome. You know, we have the best temples, and yet my mind isn't steady. My heart goes up and down. My mood changes. My taste changes. I find it difficult to make decisions. All of these things, a lot of them are in the mind. Our situation, of course, is going to change. We expect that, and we want it. We plan our lives so that our situation does change. None of us really like exactly the same thing every single day. Very, very few people are happy with routine. And usually, if they like routine, within that routine there's variety, isn't it? So we like change, and yet we are not very good with change, because inside it causes all sorts of psychological distress. We then come to nishtha. Once we complete this removal of unwanted things, nishtha is fixed, firm belief and practice. Okay, our faith doesn't shake, our practice doesn't shake, because our endeavor doesn't shake. Because our endeavor, there's a steadiness to it, those unwanted things are no longer getting in the way. And then very simple, I'm going to go through the next bit quickly and then explain why I did a helter-skelter and not a mountain. So, you know, the way we draw this is, if we're a person going uphill, we have a backpack. Right? These unwanted things, anarthas, are in our backpack. Right? If you ever go out on an expedition, you pack your bag, don't you? I don't know about you, but I always overpack. I always pack too much food and not enough water. And you carry this heavy bag around in the hope that hopefully I'll eat everything and then the bag will be light. But this process of anartha nivritti, through the practice of our devotional service, and also through consciously being introspective and rigorously introspective and weeding things out. So in one sense, our process strengthens our muscles while we're climbing up. The more you climb, the stronger your muscles get, right? Spiritual life strengthens your muscles. Spiritual practice strengthens your muscles. But we also lighten our load, because spiritual practice also removes those unwanted things. In a passive way, in one sense, because Krishna's name is so powerful, hearing about him is so powerful, gazing upon the deity is so powerful. Just putting our hands together, Prabhupada would say, if we just do this, the lines on our hand change. Many astrologers won't even read a devotee's chart, saying that there's no point. You know, you've come in with one blueprint, it's completely different now because Krishna has taken over your life. So just the process itself, this bhajan kriya, and going from unsteady to steady, we are lightening this load. And so by nishtha, this bag is empty. Okay, this bag becomes like a little sack, empty sack. Now, helter-skelter, just to explain to you, I think they have them in many countries. You get these slides which they look like they always look like an upside-down ice cream cone. And you get to the top, and they give you a sack, like a cloth sack, and then the slide winds like this. okay? And you sit on the sack because it makes you go really fast. Yes, you know what I'm talking about? Had a good childhood. You were not helter-skelter, right? So you're on this slide, so it no longer feels like a struggle, but what it might feel like after Nishta is it might feel a little quick, because we then have ruchi. Ruchi is taste. We actually start to get taste. All those things that we were trying to desire to become regulated with, we now desire to develop love for Krishna. So we want to chant because we want to develop love for Krishna. We want to read because we want to develop love for Krishna. There's a taste. I like this. I really like this. But the taste is not so strong that when it's missing, we don't miss it yet. But ashakti, attachment, is when not only do we like it, but we miss Krishna, the presence of Krishna in all of our practices during the day when he's not there. Chanting at this stage has been described as, you know, here when we chant, while we're still struggling, we're sitting there chanting Hare Krishna, really trying to focus, and something else, usually your mind, distracts you, right? At ashakti, you go about your daily activities, and Krishna and his name distract you. Just like when we're really, really attached to someone, our thoughts go there. It doesn't matter what you're doing, cooking, cleaning. This is some description of what ashakti feels like. Then we have bhav, which is ecstatic devotional service, and prem, pure devotional service. Now I say this is an empty sack, but some anarthas can stay till bhav, but they're usually subtle ones, very subtle ones, and things are removed quickly. Now, why have I put bends? Why is it not a straight slide down? Because you're not in a helter-skelter. Sometimes on the bends, just before you go really fast, or I think it's just after you go really fast, there's a time you go really, really fast on a helter-skelter, and it's fun. But someone might try to slow themselves down. When might you do that? They'll dig their heels in to slow themselves down. Why might you do that? Why might you dig your heels in to slow yourself down? If you're going fast, too fast. Scared, exactly. If you're going too fast. So here, although fear disqualifies us and greed qualifies us, fear makes us dig our heels in, right? And slow ourselves down. We were speaking about it this morning, this madness, right? Transcendental madness. We can have a fear. Oh, what if I can't do my service in this world? If I completely let go and let Krishna steal my heart? Right, so the reason I wanted to put everything in context is the area that we're dealing with is the area of anarthas, okay? And we understand that with anarthas, unwanted things, they come from 4 main places. Today is going to feel philosophically heavy, okay? It's to the latter part of this seminar, I'll go more into things that maybe you haven't heard before. But the reason I want to put it in the context of philosophy is if I just give you scientific or psychological information which isn't rooted in Shastra, or isn't put in the context of scripture, it stays as quite a whimsical, light thought in the mind and gets lost very quickly. Okay?
Yes, I have a question about your...
Sure, about my mountain and helter-skelter, yeah.
Why we go up and down?
It's just to show that this is difficult and this is easy. So we're trying to get to the other side of the mountain, yeah? We're on the side where it's not so great. That side is Glories of Vrindavana, okay? So if you look at anarthas, they come from 4 places, and I'll do this quickly. Sin, piety, offences, and then improper bhakti, improperly executed bhakti. I will go through these fast, okay? Why do we have unwanted things? Well, the first thing is we sin. Now, sin sounds like such a horrible word. Like it makes people feel, I feel guilty when I hear the word sin. I don't want to sin. It's such a bad thing. But if you actually look at the word sin, what it actually means is without God. And it's interesting because if you look at the anarthas that come up because of sin, they bring up all the things that keep us away from Krishna. Okay? So false ego, ignorance of our eternal identity, attachment to things here, hatred of anything that makes us unhappy, and fear of death. Okay? Those are all the things, if you look at it, those are all the things that actually keep us away from Krishna. If we do things without God, he says, okay, you don't want me there, I won't be there. So I'll give you all the things you need. So it kind of makes sense. It's not that sin is bad or evil. I mean, actually, when we read Bhagavad Gita, there isn't a point that really Krishna makes a distinction between bad and good. He just gives us a spectrum of different behaviors with different results. Right? Piety, how does that become an inconvenience? When we do good things, it gives us results that make us comfortable here. Okay? If you're very rich, beautiful, don't have too many problems, you just get quite relaxed, right? Think, oh, there's no problems. You know, I know some people like that. They have actually so much opportunity to turn to Krishna, but they're so just comfortable in their life. They're just satisfied with what they have. And the only time they turn to Krishna is the 1 week that they might feel distressed, or the one day a year when, you know, they feel like, okay, I need to do something. Offences, we'll talk a little bit more about this in our next seminar, but this is particularly Namapara. Okay, so this leads to unwanted things. And improper bhakti. Now, improper bhakti, what could this be? If we look at, for example, when we're watering the seeds of devotional service, we also, in our practices, have other desires, don't we? When we're chanting, whether we're worrying about something to avoid it, or we're desiring something, or we're lamenting something. Japa is a prayer. It's a communication to Krishna. Hi Krishna, I'm here, I'm talking to you. But then there's also the mental chatter. And he listens to everything, he reciprocates with everything that we communicate with him, right? So all of these side things, he reciprocates them with them. If we have desires, he fulfills them. Also, bhakti itself also brings wealth, comfort, fame. Okay, so these things can also be blocks. We may get distracted by the side effects of bhakti. If I give you the most maybe simple and stark example, is we can get more attached to a career in ISKCON than actually becoming Krishna conscious. Because we can equivalate a career in ISKCON as success, being a success in terms of our relationship with Krishna. And maybe I'm being a bit blunt, but it's certainly around, and we must all watch ourselves for it, right? Because it's very easy, because we try to see Krishna's reciprocation with us through devotees. And in devotees telling us we're doing well and they appreciate our service and, you know, have this position and do this service, sometimes we let our relationship with Krishna come second and the requirements of that position come first. And we get attached to that position and progression of that position, and often miss the signals that Krishna gives us to look inwards and turn to him again. I remember when Bhaktitirtha Maharaj was leaving, in his last 6 weeks, he went into Nirjan Bhajan. And I was with him, I was serving him as a caregiver in his final 6 months. And so when he went into this 6-week Nirjan Bhajan period, at the start, he said to all of us, he said, you know, you need to stop addressing me as Gurudev, Bhaktitirtha Swami, etc., etc. And he said, because actually I'm none of those things. I never was. They were just roles I also played in this world. And it was really actually very profound, because he was always very conscious that all of those were still roles. And in my experience of him, I think that's one of the reasons why he was able to go in and out of any environment with all sorts of different types of people, changing outfits, changing the way he spoke to them, changing language, without getting too disturbed. Because someone else may do that and feel like, oh, you know, am I being disloyal? He never lost himself, he never lost his connection with Srila Prabhupada. So just a little caveat there, because that can also, a change from one service to another, can be a cause of psychological distress. So I've been speaking a lot. Is there anything anyone needs to ask me about what we've said so far? No? You've probably all done this before, many times. But I just wanted to kind of give like a recap of our philosophy. Now, these anarthas lead to, of course, the 3 main types of suffering: adhyatmika, adi, devika, and Got my spelling right. Okay. Which are our body and mind make us suffer. Right? Our own body and mind make us suffer. Others. Now, by others, this is unseen and seen. There are unseen entities who are interfering with our life, and there are seen entities, people we know, interfering with our life. And then, of course, nature. Right? Floods, famine, energy bills, all sorts of things like this. Right? You have a question? No, flies? Flies, sure. So, can I remove this? Are you happy for me to rub this out? Because you've done this before, so this is not new, but it's just to give us some context. And those of you who've never done it before, sorry for the crash course. each one of these things we can do a whole seminar on, because we can get very deep with all of them. But I want to just focus on one area. So why does that, if we're looking at anarthas, okay, and we understand the mind to cause us so much difficulty, why is it so hard to control? Why is the mind so hard to control? So analogies help us to understand things that are too vast for us to understand. Right? Prabhupada describes how an analogy is like when you can't find the moon or something in the distance, you might look between two branches to find it. Right? Those two branches bring you into focus. That's an analogy. So I'm going to use the ocean as my analogy for the mind. Okay? So, the ocean, the surface of the ocean is very shallow. Area here. This is our conscious mind. Okay. We then have our subconscious mind and unconscious mind. How much? So that your conscious mind, if you liken it to an ocean. Has anyone here ever been snorkeling? Do you have snorkeling here? You put on a mask, you have a tube in your mouth, and you just literally you're in the surface and the tube sticks up and you breathe, right? You can see, especially if you go to hot countries, tropical countries and beaches, you can see the most beautiful fish and sea life swimming along. You don't have to look very deep, you don't even have to be an expert swimmer, right? That's why I say the surface of the ocean is the conscious mind, because you don't have to dig deep. Ramananda Prabhu, what's your favorite flavor ice cream? Mango. It was very easy, wasn't it, to remember this? Yes. Yeah. What did you do on August 28th in 2007? August 28th in 2021? You don't know, right? It's only a year ago, right? So if we can't remember something a year ago, or even if I said July 28th, that's a month ago. Right? It would be hard unless there was a festival day or you had something memorable happen that day. It's difficult for us. It's difficult for us to remember. So the conscious mind is what is easily accessible. Our thoughts, our ideas, our feelings. If I asked you, for example, how do you feel about your best friend?
Depends on the situation.
Depends on the situation. But your best friend's very present right now. Yeah? How do you feel about your very first nursery teacher? Now you might be sitting there thinking, I have to remember my very first nursery teacher, right? So everything's accessible. Feelings, thoughts, they're accessible here. It's the snorkeling land. How much of our mind do you think is accessible to us like this? How much of our mind is 20%. Any other offers? 5%. Any other offers? 2%. 1%. 0. 0.5%. Okay. These are arbitrary figures, and when we hear things like the mind can reach any corner of the universe, you're kind of thinking, well, is it worth putting a percentage on it? We would say roughly 10%. Okay, 10% of everything we carry, every experience we've ever had is available to us. I do think it's a lot lower, but at least this is a number we can work with. All of this 90%, is difficult to access. I'll tell you why. Subconscious is scuba diving land. Anybody here been scuba diving? What do you need to go scuba diving?
We need air bottles, we need a mask.
So you need a full mask, you need oxygen tank, yes, you need a wetsuit, you need fins, you need to practically look like a fish. okay, to go scuba diving. Okay. So perhaps you need to look like a fish to go scuba diving, swim like a fish to go scuba diving. You need to have special equipment. So for us to access the subconscious mind, we can do this when we are either very relaxed, okay, in a dream state, in a daydream state, under hypnosis, maybe very relaxed in conversation with a friend or a therapist. That's the special equipment, the relaxation. Because all of these, I've drawn these barriers in, not real life barriers, but they're almost like a thin fabric, a metaphysical fabric, a subtle fabric between each of these layers that makes sure things stay down. It's created by Krishna. He says knowledge, remembrance and forgetfulness comes from him, right? So even these are under his control. All of these are under his control. So you need some special equipment. You know, dream, hypnosis. Sometimes when people are very relaxed, they suddenly get an idea, right? I mean, I get lots of inspiration just before I wake up as I'm coming out of sleep. Suddenly it's like oh wow, where did all of that come from? You know, there's some access to something that when we're busy in this area, we don't see what's going on here. And then the unconscious. This is the part of the ocean where there's no sunlight. Nothing reaches there. Have you heard of David Attenborough? He's a famous biologist, makes lots of documentaries, really beautiful ones. He's quite elderly now. He doesn't, I call it David Attenborough land, but even he doesn't go there. He just has cameras there and specialists. And I don't know if any of you have ever seen his documentary about the deepest parts of the ocean where the light doesn't reach. You look at the creatures there, they look very unusual. You know, you have a fish with one eyeball in the middle of its, forehead, an eyeball that can't see, but it's still there. They look very unusual, almost frightening, something you would draw in, find in a horror movie. Okay, so nothing reaches this very, very deep down. And this is, how do you access this? So this can also be accessed in deep dream state. Some of this can also be accessed by regression. Okay, now regression is slightly different to just general hypnosis. You're going very deep. There's other things that can also shake up these. So stress, trauma can break these barriers. Okay, and stuff can come up. In fact, when you dream about things from the unconscious, they can be very abstract. Weird dreams that, what was that? It didn't make any sense. Okay, things just come up in a very odd way. What is the ocean full of other than fish and water? Salt. Okay. Okay, now we're going to hear everything. Algae, etc. Let me go to a glass of water. When you pour a glass of water, what else do you see in the glass as well as the water? Bubbles? Someone say bubbles? Bubbles, right. Those bubbles contain oxygen, right? The ocean is also full of bubbles. Now you watch a glass of water. If anybody's ever watched a glass of water, what happens to those bubbles? Yeah, they rise to the top and they pop. How do they rise to the top? You have all these little bubbles, okay, all these impressions. The more you do the same thing over and over again and are exposed to the same thing over and over again, the bubble gets bigger and it starts to come to the surface. And that tiny bubble gets bigger and because you keep doing it over and over and over again. And then it goes pop. Okay? This works for both the things that turn us away from Krishna and the things that turn us towards Krishna. It's how advertising works. Right? So much of advertising is subliminal. We don't even know it's going on. It's either very quickly in front of our eyes, or very quickly past our ears, or very subaudible in the background. Back in the day, it's illegal now, but back in the day, supermarkets would have messages playing very quietly underneath the music, telling people, go to this aisle, go to that aisle. In cinemas, they would flash adverts very fast, you wouldn't even notice it, which would make you want to get up and go and find something to eat. In airports, there'd be messages telling you keep moving. Everybody's usually restless in an airport, especially before. Now they're restless because of COVID. But before, people would just keep moving. You can't relax at an airport. Has anyone ever tried relaxing in an airport? It's very difficult to relax in an airport. Okay? So one of the reasons why the mind gives us so much trouble is, now imagine if the mind can reach any corner of the universe. And we've had so many different births. Our first birth is as Brahma. Imagine what impressions we picked up in Brahma Look, okay? And then from there, subsequently, we've had so many other experiences of birth. And this is all there somewhere. And as we, as are some of the difficult things we've experienced, as are all our experiences of giving and receiving envy, giving and receiving anger, everything is there. And the more we repeatedly expose ourselves and engage, comes up, comes up, comes up. And sometimes things come up because this has been disrupted by trauma or stress or change. Change is the biggest stress. Change is the biggest stress. Because stress actually means a demand is placed on us, which is more than we have the supply for. So it's relative. Stress is when demand on us outweighs supply. Okay? It can be financial, it can be emotional, it can be resource, it could be anything. Physical. And because it's relative, it can also be invited. Any change, even if it's a chosen change, can create stress. It puts a stress on us because change means letting go of the old and accepting the new. That's stressful. So it can, even if something's not huge, it can bring it out. Which is, and of course we have the influence of time and karma, right? Seeds that have been planted, they've been sown, they've been grown, and we have to bear the fruits. And that fits also with this little bubble becoming bigger and popping on the surface. And this is one of the reasons why we can unexpectedly sometimes feel like there's thoughts and feelings that maybe we weren't aware of, didn't know, and it comes up. Also, we have the purifying effect of the holy name. It's like the best cleaning spray there is. The problem is it makes you very aware of what you're cleaning, right? As we see things getting cleaned, you also see the dirt much more, right? So our process also brings things up. Because remember, as our mind is getting filled with more sukriti, more beautiful spiritual impressions, the other ones have to move out of the way. And some of them pop to the surface. And when do they pop to the surface? When we're chanting. Maybe while we're going about our day-to-day activities. So any questions about this particular model? This is something that can make it really quite easy to, or easier to understand what's going on in the mind. Before yes?
It seems that bubbles that you were mentioning, it's like some scars.
Yes, exactly.
They're getting imprinted by repeated experience.
Yep.
And then they would actually just naturally pop out. But you mentioned also stress, this I don't know if I understood correctly.
Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry.
It's unconnected. So, but it seems to me that you mentioned that stress and trauma can kind of break the walls and put more of that out.
Yes.
Kind of because it's such a strong energy that comes from that release.
Yeah, because, I mean, there are two sides to the mind. We, as devotees, we very easily recognize the subtle side of the mind, don't we? We very much talk about, subtly being in tune with each other, experiencing each other's thoughts and feelings without even talking, okay? But there's a very physical side to the mind, which is our brain, okay? I was just thinking about how is it that the subtle body and the gross body stay together. The brain is like sticking plaster, it's like Velcro that keeps the subtle body in the gross body. Because a lot of the mind's functions do depend on the brain. A simple thing like not having enough sleep affects how you feel and how you think, right? And how you perceive. Those are all functions of the mind, isn't it? Right? Thinking, feeling, perceiving, these are all functions of the mind. So just a simple thing like not sleeping enough, that affects your brain and that affects your mind. Something gross affects something subtle, and vice versa. Subtle things can also affect gross things. So if we think about ourselves as being healthy and physically strong, it has an impact on the body. If we feel ourselves weak, it has an impact on the body. Mental strength leads to physical strength. Mental weakness leads to physical weakness. Does that make sense? So just looking at this psychological distress, this series is overcoming psychological distress. There's a range of psychological distress, like a wide range. And more we're becoming aware of mental illness. Right? But not everyone has mental illness, but everyone has some sort of psychological distress from time to time. The difference between psychological distress and mental illness is the intensity, the severity, and the frequency. So let me give you a simple example. Everybody worries. You care about something, you worry. Okay, you don't have enough of something, you worry. It's natural. We worry about acquiring it, we worry about protecting it if we already have it. But if it becomes more intense, we call it, and it starts to pervade more of our day, we call it anxiety, don't we? We're now becoming anxious because it's now starting to affect other things. And if it becomes really acute, where it's really affecting our body and our physiological symptoms, and our physiology, like our breath, etc., it can put us into a state of a panic attack. Now, worrying, nobody's going to say, oh, if you're worried, go and see a psychiatrist. But if you have panic attacks, they may say, go see a psychiatrist. Yeah? So there's a range. If you look at mental illness, it's really usually just a much more severe, frequent, and pervasive experience of normal human emotion. Our human emotions and thoughts, in one sense, are another way for Krishna to communicate with us. Another way. Everything is given to us by him. Just like we say, oh, if a devotee speaks to us, Krishna is coming through them. Right? When things happen to us, Krishna is coming through them. You know, those things that are happening to us. But he's also, as he says, behind knowledge, remembrance, and forgetfulness. He's also behind all of our feelings. So, understanding that there's a spectrum of normal human emotion can in itself help to relieve us of psychological distress, because we get worried about judgment so quickly. It's interesting, even though we try to live our lives every day, reminding ourselves that we're not the body and we're not the mind, we measure ourselves and others based on the body and the mind. All the time. We assess someone's, and even our own, spiritual purity based on what's going on in the mind and in the body. Right? But actually with the body, I don't think we're so hard on ourselves. If somebody's physically ill, they find it easier to open up, easier to attract some sympathy and compassion, and we also find it easier to give compassion, because it is in some ways easier to separate the person from the body. But when someone's mind is affected, perhaps the way they speak, their behavior, their attitudes, it becomes harder for us to find ourselves beneath that, and harder for other people to see us beneath that, and harder for us to see other people beneath that, because we are so used to meeting people based on their function and their behavior. Isn't that right? Right? We assess people on their behavior and on their function. And I see it in communities all the time, that there will be devotees who are really quite unwell, and nobody will do anything until the devotee's behavior starts to disturb the rest of the community. Right? This is not a criticism, it's just a fact. It's a fact. If someone's quietly ill, it's fine, no problem. And it's not just in our community, this happens everywhere. If someone's quietly ill, no problem. Happens even on wards sometimes. You know, sometimes I'm on the ward and I'll ask, oh, how's this patient getting on? Oh yeah, no problem, they're fine. I speak to the patient, they're really ill. What the nurse sometimes is telling me is, they're not causing us any problems, so they're fine. Which I'm very unhappy about, okay? And I'd actually really have some strong words with them. That the patient's job is not to give you an easy time, okay? If they're not troubling you, that doesn't mean they're okay, because people will become withdrawn sometimes. So how do you know what good mental health looks like? Right? It's easier to understand psychological distress if we also look at the opposite. So when our mind is healthy, when our feeling and thinking and our perception is healthy, what's it like? When it's connected to Krishna, okay? When it's directed by Krishna and we can really see what he's trying to communicate to us. What's the mind like when it's peaceful, in the mode of goodness and clear? When we're taking care of ourselves, then our emotions and our thoughts are appropriate to the time, they're appropriate to the circumstance, okay? They're not so intense that they overwhelm us, and they're readable. Even if we can't, let's put Krishna to the side for one moment. Readable means I can, when I feel a particular emotion, know why I'm feeling it, okay? I'm not overwhelmed by it. I know what it's trying to tell me and what I can do about it. Does that make sense? Right? This means the emotion isn't scary. We don't try and push it down. And we actually experience it as some type of mercy. Thank you, Krishna. Thank you, Krishna, for allowing me to read the situation through my feelings. Sometimes if we feel things at the wrong time, they're too intense, and we can't read them, it's usually a consequence of in some way we've not been looking after ourselves, or we've been blocking things. Prabhu, do you want a chair? Okay. Are you sure? Or maybe we've been repressing or blocking, like a pressure cooker. A pressure cooker works well because you keep everything in, right? The heat's kept in, the steam's kept in, and it cooks everything inside. But there comes a point when the pressure cooker also has to make that loud noise, right? Or a fizzy drinks bottle. You increase the pressure in that. You try opening a fizzy drinks bottle, you'll get a mess. So when we're going through difficult situations, one of the powerful things about revealing the mind in confidence and hearing from others confidentially is if you open a fizzy drinks bottle ever so slowly, all you get is a small hiss. Nobody minds a small hiss. It's when there's a big mess, right? Even we don't mind a small hiss. It's more manageable, because we all have some pressure cooker. Our ocean is shaken up sometimes, and sometimes there's illness, sometimes it's heightened emotion, and sometimes it's generic, regular emotion that we just need to experience. Does anybody want to ask anything about what we've discussed so far before I go to the next few points, and then we can open for some questions? Anyone? Yes, Prabhu? Can we give the mic? Just sorry, I think so that people online can...
Just according to your analogy, then we have several layers of consciousness and consciousness. Then you spoke about the bubbles. It means that the bubbles who are in unconscious bubbles are more intense.
They're deeper down.
They're deeper down, but the fact is that they're more intense. The gas which is in the bubbles, according to your analogy, are more intense. Then they come higher and they come lighter and lighter and lighter. There will be less and less gas in the bubbles.
They become bigger when you keep doing the same thing over and over again. So these are like sanskars, right? They're impressions, deep impressions. Because if you look at a glass of water, the bubbles that come to the surface are the ones which are bigger, right? When they come together, they're all the same gas. So this is why analogies only take us so far, right? In water, it's just oxygen, it comes together. So this is some sanskars, impressions, if that makes sense. Anyone else? Any other questions?
The three parts of the mind, the conscious, unconscious, and subconscious, is it only located in the brain, or?
No. So the mind is part of the subtle body, and the subtle body pervades the whole body. Okay? And actually beyond. It's even beyond the whole body. And it's constantly evolving. It's always changing. It changes more quickly than the physical body does. And it changes so much, in fact, Krishna says that actually your subtle body is already changing prior to you departing from this body, molding to the next body that you're going to get. And we see this sometimes, right? If somebody is leading a very pious life, even if physically they're not particularly beautiful, they have this beautiful effulgence around them, right? There's like an aura, like, wow, they this feel-good energy. You can almost see it like you're glowing. And there's others who, even if they have physiologically a beautiful body and a beautiful face, if they're living a life which is at the expense of others, they almost have an appearance which is like, you look nice, but there's just something that is off. You know, there's something unattractive. This one? Okay, sorry. Did you hear what I said? Okay. Why did you?
Krishna also who makes these bubbles come up, or is Krishna in charge of all this?
Of course, because he's in charge of knowledge, remembrance, and forgetfulness.
Oh, yeah.
He's in this is the thing. See, before we turn to Krishna, all of this happens just simply according to our karma. It's transactional. And once Krishna takes charge, then it's not transactional. As long as we want a transactional relationship with God, because Krishna's always there, even as the factor of time. So as long as we want a transactional relationship with him, he keeps it transactional. Because if we don't want him, he's not going to force himself on us.
So it needs to come up then?
It will. But with devotees, what happens is because we're saying, okay, Krishna, actually from now on, just can you realign my life so that my life is designed for me to be able to turn to you? Then the time scales change, right? So sometimes that's why, like I said, astrologers don't even read devotees' charts sometimes, because they say, I don't know how your blueprint's going to manifest. So to the degree that we surrender, to that degree Krishna takes charge and changes things. And then also the degree of our surrender with our sadhana, because sadhana is so powerful. Krishna's name is so powerful. Many things can just be cleared with that. It says just chanting his holy name once is enough to eradicate more sins, the things that we've done to turn away from him, then we can imagine, then we can do ourselves. But then there's so many things which are also very, very deep, and we don't want to let go of, and we want to keep. So the process itself clears a lot. It's not that we necessarily have to have a more difficult life, but at least in my experience, I've noticed that things can be sped up for devotees. Sometimes just because Krishna's like, let's just clear everything now, so you don't have to keep, just pay off the debt now, even though it's reduced to 1% of what it was, so that you don't have to keep doing this over and over again, right? Anyone else? No? Okay, so let's turn now to practical things. Okay, the practical side of it. How might these things manifest? How does this brain, subtle body, gross body relationship work in such a way where if we understand it, we can actually minimize our psychological distress or mental health problems? Because although these may be, whatever we call it, a test from Krishna, karma, speeding up of removal of unwanted things, whatever the source is, the point is Krishna is looking to see, what are you going to do with it? And if we want to make our spiritual life easier, it's always easier with a healthy body and a healthy mind. Like, try chanting when you're really sad or when you're really anxious. It's hard enough to control the mind then, without being anxious and sad. Imagine when you're anxious and sad. Try chanting on an empty stomach. If that's not a disease or a disorder, you just haven't eaten. Okay, or chanting when you're... So, there's a lot of things, simple things that we can do that can make our spiritual life easier. And it's not Maya to take care of those things. It's actually very Krishna conscious, because we're taking responsibility to make our spiritual practice as deep, as attentive, and as efficient as we possibly can. Right? If we want to have a conversation with someone and make it deep and meaningful and make it attentive, don't you make sure you block off that time? Don't you make sure you've rested well so you can actually hear the person and speak to the person? So all of these endeavors we take to keep our life in balance, they're actually part of, they're included in devotional service. The endeavor counts. Srila Prabhupada didn't, in terms of result, fulfill the instruction from his spiritual master until his 60s, even though he got the instruction in his 20s. But he was fulfilling it in the preceding 40 years before he came to the West, because he was preparing. He was doing everything he needed to prepare for the result, right? So this is all our preparation. Climbing uphill to the top of this mountain before we slide down the helter-skelter, this idea of endeavor. Endeavor, Prabhupada gives this really nice formula. Health, then sadhana, then service. We hear it all the time. I think everybody pretty much knows that mantra. How much do we listen to it? And part of the reason we don't listen to it is because we don't understand the relationship between health and sadhana. And so one of the purposes of this particular seminar is to help us to understand better the relationship between health and sadhana. Because if we understand that better, then the intelligence is strong. We were speaking about this earlier. If you have a strong intelligence, the mind won't take you into a different direction. And then tomorrow and the day after, we can go into more specific things like dealing with anxiety and excessive worry, dealing with mood challenges. And then the next day, we will look at guilt, we'll look at grief, and mindsets that can disguise themselves as things like humility, but actually interrupt our devotional service. So, as I was saying earlier, the mind has got a biological aspect as the brain. We, of course, understand there is a psychological aspect. And then there's also a metaphysical aspect. What does that mean? Metaphysical means kind of outside of or beyond the body. And that means the mind can be affected by entities both seen and unseen. That means society. Our mind is affected by society, people. It's affected by unseen entities, both higher entities and lower entities. Right? We all walk around the world as if it's just me, myself, and I. We don't know how many different people we're being affected by. You just go on a train. In London, we have, I don't know if you've been to London, but we have the tube service, the underground tube service. When it's very busy, you've got lots of bodies in one room together. There is no such thing as a neutral interaction. You can't, even if you sit quietly, don't make eye contact or anything, the closer you are to someone, the closer your subtle bodies are. So there's always an exchange of impressions. The stronger our subtle body is, and there's many things we can do to strengthen it. And subtle body is our mind or intelligence, our sense of who we are in this world, our ego in this world. The stronger it is, the more likely it is that you're going to give off impressions rather than absorb them. Right? There's always someone looking to hijack our body. So we want to be careful. There's always an exchange. That's why, when people come off the tube, they often feel drained. Sometimes, if you're used to living in an environment like this, where it's peaceful, it's clean, and then you go into the city, you might feel like, gosh, why do I feel like so heavy and burdened? Because you're carrying so many people's thoughts and energy. So the subtle is important. What's inside must come out. You may also find, I'm having unusual thoughts. I don't normally think like this. You may have picked it up from somewhere. When we have healthy mind, we can distinguish between what's mine and what someone else's. And this is part of my training as a psychiatrist, is that in a room, especially when you are in close proximity in terms of what someone's revealing to you, and when they repeatedly reveal to you over a series of appointments, things come up that they don't even see themselves, which I might see. And a big part of my training is to be able to separate what's theirs and what's mine. Because inevitably, if one person's feeling somewhere in a particular way, I'm going to have a response to it. Even if their feeling or thoughts are not directed towards me, they're directed to someone else. They may be even just being projected on me. So when we are mentally strong and healthy, and this is a consequence of strong spiritual practice, having strong mental health and good mental health, is that we can distinguish what's ours and what's someone else's. But even when we have strong spiritual health, because the mind is related also to the brain and the body, just like the body can break, so can the mind. Right? It takes very simple things like a lack of sleep, consistently sleeping poorly. I'm going to write these on the board actually. Could I get that microphone, please? I know I've brought up sleep a lot, but our community is sleep deprived. Thank you. I'm going to wipe the ocean away. Just like Garuda tried to. Let's just... So I'm going to start with the most basic. Okay, basic things that can cause unnecessary psychological distress. And when I say unnecessary, you don't have to have it. It's something new that you're creating. Right? We don't just have past life karma. We're always creating new consequences from our new actions. Okay? So we have to be careful to not practice bhakti in such a way that it makes our life more difficult than it needs to be. Okay? Sleep. Huge thing. Huge, huge. Krishna says it himself. Okay? Sleep and prasad. I'm going to put both. Okay. One who eats too much, eats too little. Sleeps too much and sleeps too little can never become a... We're yogis. We're bhakti yogis. Right? He's saying if you don't look after your petrol tank, okay, don't give the car enough water, don't give the car enough rest, how are you going to drive to me? You're not going to be able to do it. You find it really hard. Okay, a car without enough petrol, a car with a broken engine, a car that's exhausted, is not going to be able to move. I just cannot emphasize to you, especially the top one, how much these mean. You know, in my profession, there are entire clinics dedicated to sleep. Entire clinics where all the things that Prabhupada and Krishna tell us to do to live a life which optimizes our daytime and our sleep, people pay to get that information. Go to bed early, wake up early. Eat regular meals, don't eat too late. Eat more vegetables. In fact, in Scotland, there's a petition from all the doctors there to the National Health Service saying that meat should not be served in any hospital canteens. Because serving meat in a hospital canteen is like giving cigarettes to patients on the respiratory unit. No? So it's almost like, all right, we had the information first, now everybody else is following it and we're not. Okay, and so the devotees struggle. Sleep, 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 follow the secret to waking up early is to go to bed early. It's like, it's not a magic formula. People pay money to get that secret. Okay, people pay private psychiatrists lots of money to get their sleep sorted. And it all begins with us saying, okay, start earlier, because there's a whole science behind when certain hormones are released. They follow the sun, the movement of the sun. If you miss that period of time, between 10 and 2 a.m. of good rest, your body just doesn't release those growth hormones. It doesn't release thyroid. It's not that, oh, if you start doing shift work, your body will adjust. It just doesn't. People who do shift work live 10 years not less than everybody else. It's such a simple thing. It's such a simple thing, nobody's writing it down. Because like, yeah, I'll do that, sleep more. I'll sleep earlier. Okay, I've heard this. We hear this in every Bhagavatam class. It's in every CC class. Every guru who comes through here tells us that we need to sleep properly and we need to wake up for Mangalarti. But this isn't about waking up for Mangalarti only. There's a science behind why we wake up early. There's a science, a spiritual and a material science and a metaphysical science. And the modes, there are so many different things. So sleep, it had a profound impact on the brain in terms of our executive functioning. We can't think clearly, we can't make decisions. You know, we only have to have poor sleep for one day for your ability to think properly to be impaired, for your ability to regulate your emotions to be impaired. Okay? Even if you suffer with physical health problems, you'll know when you don't rest properly, those physical health problems are worse. Your pain is higher, isn't it? And then eating as well. Eating regularly, eating at the right time has a big impact. You know, whether you look at it based on the modes, whether you look at it based on Ayurveda, whether you look at it based on the circadian rhythm of that we know in biology, they all say the same thing. You know, sometimes we make a thing of, okay, well, devotional science is different to outside science, but the more I look at it, actually the best things for us, scientists and spiritual scientists say the same thing in terms of taking care of the body and the mind. That ocean of the mind model I gave you is like a fusion of what both modern medicine and psychology say, as well as what scripture says, in terms of there being layers to the mind. And there's even more, and we can talk about dream states and so much. And the other thing with sleep is, what do you do in the hour before you sleep? I'm seeing more and more devotees getting sleep deprived because they're doing service on digital media at night time. Okay? That's a whole seminar in itself. Okay, because when you're on digital media, not only is it physically and biologically doing the opposite of what you need at night because of the light, because of having like 1,000 stimuli on one screen in one go, but it's also, when you look at digital media, the way it's been designed to inflame tamagun and rajagun. Right? So practicing devotional service, even if what you're doing on your screen is transcendental sattvic, when you're swimming upstream, it's harder. It's much harder. And you're doing it just before bed, you're going to go to sleep with a very, very active mind, not a peaceful mind. So even if you go to bed a little earlier and you wake up switched on. Right? And I know it's happening, because sometimes I'll have temple devotees I'll wake up in the morning, get ready, and look at my phone, and a temple devotee sent me a text message at 2 a.m. Okay, or 1 a.m., or midnight, or as soon as they've got up at 4 a.m. Why? This is happening outside as well. Everywhere. It's happening everywhere. Because what used to be interesting and fun and a new thing has now become habit. And then habit becomes your culture. Simplest thing, alarm clock. Whose alarm clock here is on their phone? Right. Does anybody here remember the traditional alarm clocks, the analog ones? So your alarm clock goes off, the analog one. Hands up if you ever picked it up and then spent the next hour looking at it while you were lying in bed. You never did that, did you? But your phone alarm goes off, and then a notification comes up, and then you start, right? And people can spend, I mean, Martha, you probably don't, but I'm saying, you know, it's a modern phenomenon, it's quite common, and you use your phone as your alarm clock and then look at messages straight away. You do it every day for 6 months, it becomes a habit. It actually becomes a habit. That now means it's out of your control. That means your brain's been rewired to just do it automatically. That's what habit means, it's automatic. So I've only got as far as sleep and prashad. Okay. Stress. Pretty much every single mental health problem I've treated. OCD, anxiety, depression, ADHD, drug and alcohol problems, anything, schizophrenia, and you name it, name your condition, and I will include it in my list. It is either caused by or made worse by stress. Okay? Now, stress is an umbrella term I mentioned earlier, where demand outweighs supply. One of the important things about having good relationships in a community is that we're constantly assessing for each other that things are in balance. Okay? Not pushing to the breaking point, because that doesn't help anybody. I remember when I was a junior doctor, I got proper influenza. And with proper flu, you can't even, they say the difference between just getting a cold and flu is that when you get actual flu, if there's a £50 note at the end of the bed, you can't actually, you just don't have the energy to get up and reach for it, even if you want to. So I was that ill, it takes a good 2 weeks to recover from it. And I remember I tried to go back to clinics after about 7-8 days. And my consultant at the time, my boss, he said to me, he said, oh, you know, it's kind of early for you to come back. And I said, no, I feel fine. I think it will do me good to come back to work. And he said, no. He said, you're not doing the patients any favours by coming to work still sick, because they'll also catch what you've got. Okay? So when we may not have a contagious disease, but when we show up stressed, burnt out, we send a very strong message to the community that it's okay to do that. We had this culture, well, I think we still have it in the medical profession, that this culture of, okay, because we're caring for others, it's essential that we don't care for ourselves and we burn ourselves out. But actually, taking care of ourselves in the service of others is actually selfless. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for the sake of the people that you're looking after. Because even if they can't catch what you have, we are sending out a strong message that you can only be successful if you don't look after yourself. This is the message we send out if you burn yourself out. They're the only people who are successful who, success comes, and then what do you do with that success if you're burnt out? Yeah? So stress is a big one. Genetics. Now, genetics is the scientific term for karma. You've already brought it into this world. Okay? Some of you may have children, or nieces or nephews. You may be in this position yourself. You found yourself that, for some reason or another, you've brought into this world a mind which is just more challenging than everybody else's. Rather than brushing it under the carpet, crossing your fingers and hoping for the best that if you chant Hare Krishna enough, it will go away, get the help that you need. Get the help that you need. Okay, if our process for returning to Krishna was to run, and you came into this world with a broken leg, you would get that leg fixed, wouldn't you? So if we have devotees in the community who have mental health problems, please, if you can support them to get help and continue taking help, you're doing them, yourself, and the community, and Krishna a big favour. Because you're actually directly helping that person's devotional service. There are some disorders that simply just do need medicine, as well as other types of help. They just can't be talked away, they can't be chanted away. In fact, someone's mind can reach such a condition that they actually can't chant properly. Right? If your fingers broke, wouldn't you want them fixed as soon as possible so you could hold your beads again? So if we allow ourselves that kind of permission for healing when it comes to the body, why not the mind? Okay, because there are just, some of us do just come into this world with some stuff. Also with mental illness, you don't have to, most people don't come into the world with stuff. They develop it later. And they may develop it in their teens, they may develop it in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. I've met 70-year-olds who never had any mental health problems and they developed it in their 70s. Okay, I'm not saying that to scare you. I'm just saying you never know when something is going to come up. But don't create it for yourself. That's I mean, the first three are really about let's not create it for ourselves. Now, simple things. Drugs and alcohol, I probably don't need to say too much to you, but maybe for people listening at home, I don't know how many people are at home listening online. What can happen is, you know this, in Anartha Nivritti, we have our sack, right? We're carrying. When we first start, Krishna kind of holds our bag for us. The same distress that we brought us to Krishna, maybe it was an addiction, maybe it was a dependence on a substance. He says, I'll hold it for you for a little bit. And lots of devotees would say, oh, you know, I gave up all my addictions because of chanting or coming in contact with devotees. And then later on they find, oh, I'm getting this. And people have told me this. This after initiation, I'm having a really hard time and I find my mind going to the same substances, wanting them and desiring them. And it's kind of like Krishna saying, okay, I held your bag for a little bit longer, but there's still some stuff in there that you need to look at. Have a look at this. Don't bypass it. Okay? So, I know for a fact we have devotees in our community all over the world, sometimes those who've introduced Krishna consciousness into their life as an adult, and other times where they're children who've taken birth in devotee families who turn to substances to deal with difficult situations which they're not allowed to talk about. Again, the power of a community that talks, means that we can help each other prevent things. I mean, you know, nobody wants to fall. Everybody needs a friend who will pick them up when they fall. Imagine having a friend that catches you before you've even had a chance to fall. Right? Ever almost tripped, but you didn't because your friend grabbed you before you did? Right? That's a healthy community. Right? Let's forget about stopping people from falling. Just not even let them get anywhere near there. Very simple thing. You're all going to have to go through it. Not just women. Hormones. Hormones change. They have an impact on the brain, so they will have an impact on your mood, on your perception, on your ability to think. You know, if your hormones change, which again, you can change them simply by not sleeping properly. If your hormones change, don't beat yourself up about it. Change will come. A sober person is not disturbed by change. Why? Because we have this acceptance. When we accept something, you're not caught off guard. When we accept change is going to come, when we accept deterioration is going to come, and I say this, I'm preaching to myself here as well, when we accept this, then we're not caught off guard. It makes it a little bit easier to adjust. Right? Krishna's conversation with Arjuna is just as much a preparation for the future as it is about the actual battle. It's just as much a preparation for the future as it is about the battle. This is what we are doing. We are also preparing for change, every change, not just, oh, okay, I'm going to prepare for death, so I make sure I remember Krishna at the time of death. Why just then? Why not today? The change is, you're different today than you'll be, tomorrow you'll be different to today. So hormones are a change which happen to everybody, and they can affect the way you think, feel, and perceive. I'm going to use this as just a broad category because I'm looking at the time. So situations. Now, situations, this is social situations, financial, family, nature. Again, this kind of goes hand in hand with stress. It's a change. Okay, it's a change. Any change, even around us, can be unsettling, and it can shake up that ocean. Things can come up. If we look at trauma, for example, sometimes when people have early childhood trauma, usually prior to the age of 16, because after 16, the mind becomes a little bit more solid. They may have forgotten it. It may be long gone, and after 16, it just suddenly resurfaces. Okay, they're walking along happily, and for some reason or another, due to there's been some change in their life. It could be a physiological change. It could be a change in circumstance. Something that triggers one of those bubbles to get big and come up. Maybe somebody who caused trauma, who looks like that person, or reminds them of that person. They encounter them. They may be encountering them in the devotee community, even though that devotee never did anything to them, but they remind them of somebody. It can really shake you up. It can cause distress that feels unpredictable. Okay, so situations are past and present situations. Any questions about this so far? No? Okay. So I just want to just reiterate a couple of points. One is that even at quite advanced stages of devotional service, the mind and body by nature are designed to deteriorate. Okay, so if we can be compassionate towards others rather than immediately trying to assess where they are at in their spiritual life, Krishna will be kind to us. We'll really be an instrument of Krishna's kindness. Krishna was kind. He didn't reprimand Arjun really when Arjun was saying that he's in anxiety and grief-stricken, and he put aside his bow and arrows. He was firm, but he was compassionate. We have this in the Bhagavad Gita as the first chapter ends, and Arjun, it describes how Arjun is grief-stricken, he's anxiety-stricken, and he puts aside his bow and arrows. The next verse, Madhusudana, seeing Arjun's heart full of compassion, speaks soothing words to him. He wants to soothe him. So rather than jumping to, oh my gosh, is this person fallen because they're having a depression? Are they in Maya? Everything we experience here is in some shape or form is Maya. This body is Maya, right? We don't treat it badly for that reason. But how do we convert the Maya to Krishna? How do we convert it? So each and every one of our situations is an opportunity for us to really go deeper. So mental health is not an accurate assessment of purity. Okay? It's not an accurate assessment. We need to really try and firmly understand this. And it's so subtle. It's so subtle that we even judge gurus' purity based on their charm and charisma. Right? How many people can this person wow? That doesn't reflect purity. I mean, the world is full of people who can wow bigger audiences than most of the devotees we have. Does that make them pure? No. It's just as incorrect as thinking that wealth is a measure of someone's advancement. So, in terms of overcoming psychological distress, I think for today, I think we've done such an overload of different frameworks. This is more to kind of set the scene. And tomorrow you guys start doing the hard work, because there'll be exercises and reflective exercises where you work together to unearth some stuff that maybe you might not have mental illness. That's okay. Vast majority of people don't. Although mental illness is on the increase, 25% of people will experience a diagnosable mental health problem in this lifetime, but 75% won't. But that 75% will probably experience some sort of psychological distress, because that's the nature of this world, right? They're suffering at every step. So tomorrow and the day after, we'll be doing less philosophy and less frameworks and more tools and exercises. And if there are any questions, I'll take them. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow. So. Any questions, any comments? No? We're all together? Perfect. Hare Krishna. Radha Gopinath ki jai.
Jayo Jayo Gora Chande Haro Tiko Shoba Jayo Jayo Gora Chande Haro Tiko Shoba Jana Vitata Vane Jagamanoloba Dakineni Tai-chan Samvigadadara Nikateya Veda Srini Vasachata Dahara Nikateya Veda Srini Vasachata Dahara Vasiya Chegoeta Ratna Simhasane Madhu 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 vinodadeke Gaurara Sampada Jaya Jaya Gaura Samve Aroti Kosho Anavitata Vane Jagamana Lohora Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Kristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Kristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Pasachada Satarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Sivasadi Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna. Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya, Prabhupada, 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 Jaya, Prabhupada. Jaya Vishnu Padam Saparajaya Jagacharya Stoti Shati Divine Grace Sri Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON BBT Founder Jaya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Sri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Maya Munamai Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Tulsi Maharani Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Purvakshaya Sila Tankana Kalaye Tonishima Para Tonishima Yato Yato Yami Patonishima Narasimha Madhim Sharanam Prapade Adhikara Kamalavare Nakama Gota Shinga Kalita Hiranyakasipo Tanobinga Kasitu Danu Bringa Jai Nrsimha Bhagavan ki, Jai Prahlad Maharaj ki, Jai Lakshmi Nrsimha Bhagavan ki, Jai Srila Prabhupada ki, Jai.
Now we are ready to Vaikuntha. Or Goloka directly, no?
No, I don't.
Goloka Vrindavana. Why not?
I'm sure.
You go and I follow you.
Okay, okay, then we follow the cyclic succession.
And we follow another, eh? We follow somebody after you.
Nice to see. You just arrived?
We are reading now from the Krishna book. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
I have a question. Sorry. I have a brother who asked me for who to ask if their child has like a fever or a hot temperature. Who should they go to because he's just a bit worried.
If the child has fever, then it cries usually. So give it something cool, like a cold shower, or put something cold on the forehead, and also here massaging these with something cool.
Thank you.
Yes. Don't worry to go to the doctor. That's unnecessary. Just get something cool. Have to cool the sleeves and the temples.
And can we get that from the restaurant?
Yeah, you go downstairs to the devotee kitchen. Just, what you can do is you get a towel and you wrap it, you make it wet, you get some cold water on it, and then you put it around the forehead of the child, and then it cools down. Otherwise, if it's not screaming too much, then it's okay. It cools down automatically. When the night comes in and it's getting cooler anyway.
Is that child that's
Yeah, it sounds for me it sounds pretty healthy. Nothing too dramatic.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna. Anywhere. Anywhere.
Nice.
Krishna Krishna Krishna. Nice to share a reading that is for the whole world. It's sharing.
That's right. The microphone.
We're streaming it also for the whole world.
Really? Fantastic. Jai Krishna. Jai Krishna. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
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 Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. We're opening page number 1. This is nice introduction. Like we do it always, we sing it for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. Very, very nice evening weather. So very nice, cool down the mind. Page number 1. Krishna, 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 Hare, Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare.
Krishna, 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 Rakshama.
Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Rachamam.
Krishna, 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 Pahima.
Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Pahimam.
Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshama.
Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rachamam.
Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahima.
Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahimam.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya like every evening, for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada, we continue on reading on the pastimes of Krishna, wonderful Krishna, from the Krishna book, continuing with chapter 41, page 351. Krishna enters Mathura. Okay, I'd like to start.
To read? Oh, okay. Chapter 41. Krishna enters Mathura. While Akrura was offering his prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord disappeared from the water, exactly as an expert dramatic actor changes his dress and assumes his original feature. After the Vishnu Murti disappeared, Akrura got out of the water. Finishing the rest of his ritualistic performance, he went near the chariot of Balarama and Krishna and was struck with wonder. Krishna asked whether he had seen something wonderful within the water or in space. Akrura said, "My dear Lord, all wonderful things that are happening within this world, either in the sky or in the water or on the land, are factually appearing in your universal form. So when I have seen you, what wonderful things have I not seen?" This statement confirms the Vedic version that one who knows Krishna knows everything, and the one who has seen Krishna has seen everything, regardless of how wonderful a thing may be. My dear Lord, Akrura continued, there cannot be anything more wonderful than your transcendental form. When I have seen your transcendental form, what is there left to see?
After saying this, Akrura immediately started driving the chariot, and by the end of the day they reached the precincts of Mathura. As they rode from Vrindavana to Mathura, all the passers-by along the way who saw Krishna and Balarama could not help to look at them again and again. In the meantime, the other inhabitants of Vrindavana, headed by Nanda and Upananda, had already reached Mathura by going through the forest, and they were awaiting the arrival of Krishna and Balarama in a garden. Upon reaching the entrance of Mathura, Krishna and Balarama got down from the chariot and shook hands with Akrura. Krishna informed him, "You may go home now, because we shall enter Mathura later, along with our associates."
Akrura replied, "My dear Lord, I cannot go to Mathura alone, leaving you aside. I am your surrendered servant. Please do not try to avoid me. Please come along with me, with your elder brother and cowherd boyfriends, and sanctify my house. My dear Lord, if you come, my home will be sanctified by the dust of your lotus feet. The water emanating from the perspiration of your lotus feet, namely the Ganges, purifies everyone, including the forefathers, the fire god, and all other demigods. Bali Maharaj has become famous simply by washing your lotus feet, and he enjoyed all material opulences and later on was elevated to the highest position of liberation. The Ganges water not only sanctifies the three worlds, but is carried on the head of Lord Shiva. The ancestors of Bhagirath, sanctified by this water, achieved the heavenly planets. O Supreme Lord of Lords, O Master of the universe, one can achieve piety simply by hearing about your transcendental pastimes. O Supreme Narayana, who are praised with selected verses, offer my respectful obeisances unto you."
On hearing this, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, replied, "Akrura, I shall surely come to your home with my elder brother Balarama, but only after killing all the demons who are envious of the Yadu dynasty. In this way I shall please all my relatives." Akrura became a little disappointed by the words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he could not disregard the order. He therefore entered Mathura and informed Kamsa about the arrival of Krishna, and then he entered his own home.
After Akrura's departure, Lord Krishna, Balaram, and the cowherd boys entered Mathura to see the city. They observed that the gate of Mathura was made of first-class marble, very well constructed, and that the doors were made of pure gold. There were gorgeous orchards and gardens all around, and the whole city was encircled by canals so that no enemy could enter very easily. They saw that all the crossroads were decorated with gold, and that there were copper and brass storehouses for stocking grain. And there were many rich men's houses, all appearing symmetrical, as if constructed by one engineer. The houses were decorated with costly jewels, and each and every house had nice compounds of trees bearing fruits and flowers. The corridors and verandas of the houses were decorated with silk cloth and embroidery work in jewels and pearls. In front of the balcony windows were pigeons and peacocks walking and cooing. All the grain dealers' shops within the city were decorated with different kinds of flowers and garlands, newly grown grass and pleasing flowers like narcissus and roses. The entrance doors of the house were decorated with water pots filled with water. A mixture of water, yogurt, sandalwood pulp, and flowers was sprinkled all around the doors, which were also decorated with burning lamps of different sizes. Over all the doors were decorations of fresh mango leaves and silk festoons.
When the news spread that Krishna, Balarama, and the cowherd boys were within Mathura city, all the inhabitants gathered, and the ladies and girls immediately went up to the roofs of the houses to see them. They had been awaiting the arrival of Krishna and Balarama with great anxiety, and in their extreme eagerness to see Krishna and Balarama, the ladies did not dress themselves very properly. Some of them placed their clothes in the wrong place. Some anointed their eyes on one side only, and some wore ankle belts only on one leg, or wore only one earring. Thus, in great haste, not even decorated properly, they went to see Krishna from the roofs. Some of them had been taking their lunch, but as soon as they heard that Krishna and Balarama were in the city, they left their eating and ran to the roofs. Some of them were in the bathroom taking their baths, but without properly finishing their baths, they went to see Krishna and Balarama. Some were engaged in feeding their children breast milk, but they put their babies aside and went to see Krishna and Balarama. Passing by very slowly and smiling, Lord Krishna immediately stole their hearts. Who is the husband of the goddess of fortune? He who is the husband of the goddess of fortune passed through the street like an elephant. For a very long time, the women of Mathura had heard about Krishna and Balaram and their uncommon characteristics, and they were very much attracted and eager to see them. Now, when they actually saw Krishna and Balarama passing on the street and saw them sweetly smiling, the lady's joy reached the point of ecstasy. When they actually saw them with their eyes, they took Krishna and Balarama within their hearts and began to embrace them to their fullest desire. Their bodily hair stood up in ecstasy. They had heard of Krishna, but they had never seen him, and now their longing was relieved. After going up on the roofs of the palaces of Mathura, the ladies their faces joyful began to shower flowers upon Krishna and Balarama. When the brothers were passing through the streets, all the Brahmanas in the neighborhood went out with sandal, water and flowers and respectfully welcomed them to the city. All the residents of Mathura began to talk amongst themselves about the elevated and pious activities of the people of Vrindavana. The residents of Mathura were surprised at the pious activities the cowherd men in Vrindavana must have performed in their previous lives to be able to see Krishna and Balarama daily as cowherd boys.
When Krishna and Balaram were passing in this way, they saw a washerwoman and dyer of clothing. Krishna was pleased to ask him for some nice clothing. He also promised that if the washerman would deliver the nicest dyed cloth to him, the washerman would become very happy and all good fortune would be his. Krishna was not a beggar, nor was in need of clothing. But by this request, he indicated that everyone should be ready to offer Krishna whatever he wants. That is the meaning of Krishna consciousness.
Unfortunately, this washerman was a servant of Kamsa and therefore could not appreciate the demand of Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the effect of bad association. He could have immediately delivered the clothing to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who promised him all good fortune. But being a servant of Kamsa, the sinful demon could not accept the offer. Instead of being pleased, he was very angry and refused the Lord's request, saying, "How is it that you are asking for clothing which is meant for the king?" The washerman then began to instruct Krishna and Balaram, "My dear boys, in the future don't be so impudent as to ask for things which belong to the king. Otherwise, you will be punished by the government man. They will arrest you and punish you, and you will be in difficulty. I have practical experience of this fact. Anyone who unlawfully wants to use the king's property is very severely punished."
On hearing this, Lord Krishna, the son of Devaki, became very angry at the washerman, and striking him with the upper portion of his hand, he separated the man's head from his body. The washerman fell down dead on the ground. In this way, Lord Krishna confirmed the statement of the Brahma Samhita that every limb of his body is capable of doing everything he likes. Without a sword, but simply with his hands, he cut off the head of the washerman. That is proof that the Supreme Lord is omnipotent. If he wants to do something, he can do it without extraneous help.
After this ghastly incident, the employees of the washerman immediately dispersed, leaving the clothing. Krishna and Balarama took possession of it and dressed according to their choice. The rest of the clothes were offered to the cowherd boys, who also used them as they desired. What they did not use remained there. Krishna, Balarama, and the boys then proceeded along the main road. In the meantime, a devotee tailor took the opportunity of service and prepared some nice clothes from the cloth for Krishna and Balaram. Thus being very nicely attired, Krishna and Balarama looked like elephants dressed with colored clothing on the full moon day or the dark moon day. Krishna was very much pleased with the tailor and gave him the benediction of Sarupya Mukti, which means that after leaving his body he would be liberated and would attain a four-handed body exactly like that of Narayana in the Vaikuntha planets. Krishna also granted him that as long as he would live, he would earn sufficient opulence to be able to enjoy sense gratification. By this incident, Krishna proved that those who are Krishna-conscious devotees will not be lacking material enjoyment of sense gratification. They will have sufficient opportunity for such things, but after leaving this body, they will be allowed to enter the spiritual planets of Vaikuntha Loka or Krishna Loka, Goloka Vrindavana.
After dressing nicely, Krishna and Balaram went to a florist of the name Sudama. As soon as they reached the precinct of his house, the florist immediately came out and with great devotion fell down on his face to offer his respectful obeisances. He offered a nice seat to Krishna and Balaram and asked his assistant to bring out flowers, betel nuts and pulp of kandana. The florist's welcome greatly satisfied the Lord.
The florist very humbly and submissively offered the prayers to the Lord, saying, "My dear Lord, because you have come to my place, I think all my forefathers and all my worshipable superiors are pleased and delivered. My dear Lord, you are the supreme cause of all causes of this cosmic manifestation, but for the benefit of the residents of this earthly planet, you have appeared with your plenary portion to give protection to the devotees and annihilate the demons. You are equally disposed as the friend of all living entities. You are the super soul and you do not discriminate between friend and enemy. You are pleased to give your devotees the special result of their devotional service. My Lord, I am praying that you please tell me whatever you wish me to do, because I am your eternal servant. If you would order me to do something, it would be a great favor to me." The florist Sudama was greatly pleased within the heart by seeing Krishna and Balarama in his place, and thus, as his choicest desire, he made two exquisite garlands of various flowers and presented them to the Lord. Krishna and Balarama were very much pleased with the sincere service, and Krishna offered the florist his salutations and benedictions, which he is always prepared to bestow upon these surrendered souls. When the florist was offered benedictions, he begged from the Lord that he might remain his eternal servant in devotional service, and by such service do good to all living creatures. By this it is clear that a devotee of the Lord in Krishna consciousness should not be satisfied simply by his own advancement in devotional service. He must be willing to work for the welfare of all others. This example was followed by the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavana. It is therefore stated in a prayer about them, Lokanam hitakarinam. Vaishnavas or devotees of the Lord are not selfish. Whatever benefits they derive from the Supreme Personality of Godhead as benedictions, they want to distribute to all other persons. That is the greatest of all humanitarian activities. Being satisfied with the florist, Lord Krishna not only gave him whatever benediction he wanted, but over and above that he offered him all material opulences, family prosperity, a long duration of life, and whatever else his heart desired within the material world. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 41st chapter of Krishna. Krishna enters Mathura. Jai.
Fortunate they must be to be in his presence. How many thousands of lives, of pious lives they have led to be born at that day, that time, in that village. Krishna's answer. And the silly washman, servant of Kamsa, says this. I don't. And the best part is, even Krishna took his life, he would still go back to the spiritual world. That's how fortunate it is. Even when you die at the hand of Krishna, you're fortunate. What to speak of worshipping him and serving him and being his eternal servant. Wow.
In another part of the Krishna book, it's also said that when we do favorably for Krishna, that is Krishna consciousness. But Kamsa, for example, was not in Krishna consciousness because he was an enmity to Krishna. Isn't that interesting?
He's actually in negative Krishna conscious.
In a way.
We are in positive Krishna conscious.
In a way, yes.
So even when Krishna killed him, he still received the
we will read it.
We will read it. We know this. And so how glorious it is to be
feel.
Servant of the Lord.
Yeah. Yes, how glorious. Yes, how fortunate we can be.
To be in positive Krishna consciousness.
Yes, absolutely.
Not like in Kamsa and he's washing and in negative Krishna consciousness.
Yes.
But still achieved.
Full of fear and always struggling to find love and that beautiful personality of Krishna. And sometimes I wonder what it is that the inner nature puts itself against this positive Krishna consciousness. Yeah, that's.
I guess when you become a servant of Kamsa, you are really under the spell of Maya. Deep dark Maya.
Yes. Maya's strong. Maya's
super strong.
Okay, well, if you do have some more taste, we might be able to also read a little bit into this chapter because it is quite ecstatic. And once we are in Mathura, we might never get back. We might never get back from this one.
I'll be here tomorrow, probably, for sure.
Yeah, yeah, that is very good. That is very, very nice. Okay. Usually we read until the bhajan starts, but we can also.
Bhajan? What is bhajan starts?
There's bhajan's always at 8:15.
Really?
Yeah, that bhajan
It's
starts
8:10,
here.
right? Okay.
No, we still do have some time, but the bhajan starts here. We're preparing the ground, right? So if you like, we can read for 10 more minutes, where we find that yes, that chapter is also full of nectar.
So,
Yeah.
what time the bhajan's finish? 8:15 to
Until the curtain closes, until Krishna's has to sleep.
9:10 or something.
Yeah.
Jay, okay, very good.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Chapter 42, the breaking of the bow in the sacrificial arena. Reading from Krishna, book 1.
Yeah, it's the whole.
It's the whole book.
Yeah.
The breaking of the bow in the sacrificial arena. After leaving the florist's place, Krishna and Balaram saw a hunchback young woman carrying a dish of sandalwood pulp through the streets. Since Krishna is reservoir of all pleasure, he wanted to make all his companions joyous by cutting a joke with the hunchback woman. Krishna addressed her, "O tall young woman, who are you? Tell me, for whom are you carrying this sandalwood pulp in your hand? I think you should offer the sandalwood to me, and if you do so, I'm sure you will be fortunate." Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he knew everything about the hunchback. By his inquiry, he indicated that there was no use in serving a demon. She would do better to serve Krishna and Balaram and get an immediate result of the service.
The woman replied to Krishna, "My dear Shyama Sundar, dear beautiful dark boy, you may know that I am engaged as a maidservant of Kamsa. I am supplying him pulp of sandalwood daily. The king is very much pleased with me for supplying this nice thing, but now I see that there is no one who can better be served by this pulp of sandalwood than you two brothers. Being captivated by the beautiful features of Krishna and Balaram, they're talking, they're smiling, they're glancing, and their other activities. The hunchbacked woman began to smear all the pulp of sandalwood over their bodies with great satisfaction and devotion. The two transcendental brothers, Krishna and Balarama, were naturally beautiful and had beautiful complexions, and they were nicely dressed in colorful garments. The upper portion of their bodies were already very attractive, and when the hunchbacked woman smeared their bodies with sandalwood pulp, they looked even more beautiful. Krishna was very much pleased by this service, and he began to consider how to reward her. In other words, in order to draw the attention of the Lord, the Krishna-conscious devotee has to serve him in great love and devotion. Krishna cannot be pleased by any action other than transcendental loving service unto him. Thinking like this, Lord Krishna pressed the feet of the hunchbacked woman with his toes and, capturing her cheeks with his fingers, gave her a jerk in order to make her straight. At once, the hunchbacked woman became a beautiful straight girl with broad hips, thin waist, and very nice well-shaped breasts. Since Krishna was pleased with the service of the hunchbacked woman, and since she was touched by the Krishna's hands, she became the most beautiful girl among women. This incident shows that by serving Krishna, the devotee immediately becomes elevated to the most exalted position in all respects. Devotional service is so potent that anyone who takes it becomes qualified with all godly qualities. Krishna was attracted to the hunchbacked woman not for her beauty but for her service. As soon as she rendered service, she immediately became the most beautiful woman. A Krishna conscious person does not have to be qualified or beautiful. After becoming Krishna conscious and rendering service unto Krishna, he becomes very much qualified and beautiful. One becomes very much qualified and beautiful.
When the woman was turned by Krishna's favor into an exquisitely beautiful young girl, she naturally felt very much obliged to Krishna, and she was also attracted by his beauty. Without a hesitation, she caught the rear part of his cloth and began to pull at it. She smiled flirtatiously and admitted that she was agitated by lusty desires. She forgot that she was on the street and before the elder brother of Krishna and his friends. She frankly proposed to Krishna, "My dear hero, I cannot leave you in this way. You must come to my place. I am already very much attracted to your beauty. So I must receive you well, and since you are the best among males, you must also be very kind upon me." In plain words, she proposed that Krishna come to her home and satisfy her lusty desires. Krishna, of course, felt a little bit embarrassed in front of his elder brother Balaram. But he knew that the girl was simple and attractive. Therefore, he simply smiled at her words. Looking towards his coward boyfriends, he replied to the girl, "My dear beautiful girl, I am very much pleased by your invitation and I must come to your home after finishing my other business here. Such a beautiful girl as you are the only means of solace for persons like us who are away from home and not married. Certainly, a suitable girlfriend like you can give us relief from all kinds of mental agitation." Krishna satisfied the girl in this way with sweet words. Leaving her there, he proceeded down the street of the marketplace where the citizens were prepared to receive him with various kinds of presentations, especially betel nuts, flowers, and sandalwood pulp.
Krishna book ki
Jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai.
Gaura Premanande.
Hari, Hari, Lord.
That's fun.
Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurumilitam yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Nama Hare Nama Hare Nama Eva Kevalam Kalo Nastiva 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 Gatiranyata Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone, all together. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Ram Hare Hare Whoa, Hari Bol Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Ram Hare Hare Please, a little louder, everyone. One more time. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Again, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, a little louder. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, bolo bolo bolo. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Nitai Gaur. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare One more time, everyone. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Please, everyone, a little louder. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. One very last time, all together. Haribol, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Once you get it, it's like, yeah, without definition.